Hear me like scratching my balls or something like you do.
Don't you have pedals?
What about it?
Use your pedals.
I don't have any built.
Built
Usually I
ones?
do. Just not in a
Just gotta
box.
put like one wire in it. When it's down, it works. A wire and a switch, done.
You already sound like a demon. You sound like a gay demon. Yeah, you can download. Yeah, high quality. You okay? Yeah, you're drunk. Such a young man too. Such a shame. Yeah, there is. Log in and then get them. Move that body. Shake that body. I had one of the worst poops the other day. What? Yeah, you take pictures? Wait, see. Is there anybody there now? Oh shit, we got in the dungeon. This is hype. Oh shit. I got a quest to turn in here. That's dope. Oh shit. Wait, I forgot how to play this. That's what happens. Holy shit. You almost died. I need to move my unit frames. It's like all over there in the corner. This works, right? Alright, you gotta play good, Joe. The world's watching us. We got charts, and we got the stream. We're global right now. Wow. You're really pressing those buttons. I found my shield button. Yeah. Show us the setup. This thing is dying so slow. I'm second in DPS. Help! Oh, we're really close. Look, it's 12.0k, 12.8k. I don't know if you can read that. It's really small. Please come back. Yeah, don't pay attention to that. It's the area. It's a good subreddit. You should look it up if you haven't perused. What's that mean? Wow. You stop sending dicks to people? Is that appropriate? Oh, was I sent mail? On Lolo? Might be the worst group in existence. Get us out of here, Joe. I know. It's the area in between a girl's thigh. If but I don't like it because if she has an area between her thighs, then she don't have thick thighs. And it's not my thing. I'm talking about thighs. Alright, you can go. All I see is Joe and his fucking icicle. And I thought the hunter put an ice trap, was like pulling. But it was just you in there. That was dope. Alright, you can go. I'm protecting you. Disc. Yes, I'm a disc priest. No, it's not. You heal people. Oh no, I don't got that. I got Mind Blast. Well, that's mind control. Oops, wrong one. No, I got what's it called? Schism. No, not Schism. Shadow Mend. Yeah. Yeah. It's a nuke. It might be just a heal. I heal other people. That priests have a passive that whoever you heal, they have a buff on them. And that buff, it heals them if I do damage to an enemy. It's good. Joe, icicle! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I got silenced. That's dirty. Somebody pulled a bat into me. This is the hardest dungeon I've ever done. And it's only because of incompetence. Yep. Purely incompetence. He's reading the text. Oh fuck. Yeah, let's just beat this dungeon ourselves so we can get the fuck out of here. I hate this place and I hate these people. Oh shit. Oh. Wait, is this the right way? It's not the right way. We're making this longer for ourselves. Wait, which way is the right way? Okay. Oh shit, you aggroed. That's on you. Redo? Oh, I got gold. They killed that boss. I left. You have level 40 synth? What is it? Has to be a tank. I think Or's waiting for us. He's gonna tank for us. But he's not black. Can you be a black Death Knight? Joe doesn't want to make a demon hunter. He hates them. Harambe. I wish I knew. Yeah, I think that's what it is. What? Hambre. Joseph, did you eat? What'd you eat, Joe? Yeah, but what specifically? It's a wide range of items. Is that all you ate? Did you eat it with avocados? You're Chris now. Chris, you wanna play Overwatch? They updated the servers. Now you can finally play. Taint? You weren't playing because they introduced ranked? What? You know you don't have to play ranked, right? There's no cat shooting too. Why buy the game in the first place? This always was gonna be ranked. Yeah, why are you even existing? Chris is still 2002. And then he hates the game. Yeah, that's how they got R. Kennedy. He got stabbed like a random demon guy. It's just got sneaked up in the front. What a dumb way to die. Should have stayed home. Poop? I thought you pooped already. Are you still at work? Why are you talking to us? It's 5:30. Wow. It's gonna sound great. I hate this place. What's this place called? Wait. Thermal. Alright, this guy looks like he has his head on his shoulders. That's not the tank. This guy's the tank. Look, we're doing work, bro. We in here. Oh my god, he's dying. The fuck? Kill this thing. This bear is like a naked baby. Is that the right way? That's nothing. Joe, if you have the bot muted, you're fucking up. It's to get you pumped up. This dungeon is awesome. The fuck? Help me, I'm sleeping. Clever hat. Wait. Oh shit. Yeah, it's definitely gonna aggro. Oh wait. Guess not. You can drop down. How cool is that? That was cool, right? Wait, did he die?
What?
The tree died.
Our open tree?
Yeah, it died to the door. I like how this hair keeps clicking off my levitate. I keep putting it back on him. Probably shouldn't have done that. I can't jump. Can I not res with this thing on? No, I can't. I can't res at all. What the fuck?
It's probably that giant that's chasing us.
He's still chasing us, right? I saw him like, wait, we killed that one. Oh, that's a tough one.
It's close.
Need to collect these crystals. I got access to Or's Strathlome.
What crystals we have?
These red ones. Oh, I got mind vision. I can see what you see. You gotta. Where's he going? You gotta right click. Oh shit, there's mobs coming after me. Help! Wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, teleport and then zone in. Ooh, I got a Shadow Fiend? Sweet. Put him on shift 4. Oh shit!
Get the water, nigga!
Oh, the stealth mobs came out of nowhere and almost killed me. Joe loves Eric.
For boys. I love these boys.
Who has it? You want to go see him?
Honestly, first,
Is he over there?
as an actual.
Dude, Eric's funny.
dumb as shit, bitch.
Forgot it. Can't believe I'm here.
Still down.
Yeah, way the fuck down, bro.
What's going on? Why it's so hot? Shit. I hope we get Skullomans.
Did you guys get a horse from Scrappa?
No, we can't do it yet. What's the drop rate on that thing? Talking about decimals. .01.
I don't think it's that low. 1 in 1,000.
Yeah, sounds right.
Harambe.
Don't you have Harambe?
That's what it is.
This one's different. Take out your Harambes. The guy's name is These Huevos.
Wait, we both swing chairs?
Yep. A lot of bosses. This rogue is just AFK. The rogie. Pierogi rogue. Oh god, there's a tree on me. I like this. Why is there a ghost horse?
I don't know which way to go. I think that one's going this right away.
There's a boss back here. No. Yeah. What? He doesn't know what he's doing. It's over here. Come over here, Joe. Damn. Don't do it. Wow. Ah, fuck me. Can you kick that rogue? I can't. Doesn't let me. This guy, it looks funky. Oh my god. This mug. Wait, why are you guys... Oh, there's a wall. There's a wall, a visible wall here above this. We hood.
We did it. I'm gonna log on.
Oh,
Oops.
we were doing the boss.
Boss, alright.
Damn. Trying to get those evasions in, right?
I haven't any invasion bumped up for me.
Did you do the last two?
What? Touch yourself? Touch myself?
That's the test. Ah. That's how you run a restaurant. You secure the takeout. You know, there is this one point in this show I just wanted to mention. I was in the park and there was a Japanese fellow and I saw him bow. He bowed to 90 degrees. Your bow was only like 15 degrees. I asked him about it. He said that what you did is actually dismissible. So I just thought I would know about it. Is it possible you don't know the bow rules?
Oh, I understand. Wow.
You know your bow rules? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they mention a degree
No,
on the
they
bow.
didn't mention the green. Wow.
You know what the Japanese guy in the park actually said about your bow?
What did he say?
He said, it's a shit bow.
He said, shit. Wow.
Yes, those were his words. Shit bow.
My wow. Shit. Wow.
I'm not saying that. Let's find out. I'll go on the internet. We'll do a little research. And then I'll come back and we'll see if your bow is right.
Sure, I do.
All right?
You can't.
All right, look it up.
Also, future reference, just be more there's other good restaurants around too. Should try some places.
Really enjoy this one.
Yeah. Hey, oh, you get it.
That looked good. That looked good. I'm still gonna research.
Yeah,
Oh my god. What are we doing? What are we doing?
You can get like haircuts in this game, right?
It's a barber, yeah.
Barbara.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Toby. Welcome to No Man's Sky and the quandary of PC ports. It's quite easy to come out with a video that says X game is broken on PC right now. The problem with saying that is that PC isn't just one platform. Hell, PCs don't even run on the same operating system sometimes. You've got Windows 7 PCs, Windows Vista, and of course Windows 10. And then you have people running on Linux and hundreds of thousands of different possible configurations. So to come out and say that a game is broken on PC outright is generally false. Even when you have an incredibly poor port such as Batman Arkham Knight, you have varying levels of performance. For instance, Arkham Knight didn't run brilliantly for me, but it certainly did not have the huge freezing and hitching problems that it had for many others. No Man's Sky has turned out to be quite the interesting little puzzle because it's an incredibly hyped game. Very, very hugely anticipated by a massive number of people. The fandom for this game had reached religious levels months ago. Insane levels as far as I'm concerned. And a lot of it came down to the fact that the developer was very vague about various elements of the game. And what that tends to do is it causes people to enter a state where they fill in the blanks in their imagination. The problem with doing that is that if you fill in the blanks in your imagination, then generally speaking, you end up imagining the perfect game. Because that's what your imagination told you it would be. It filled in all the ideas like, well, there's a bunch of different planets and there's a whole universe to explore and I can do basically anything. That turns out, no, you can't. But that's what people tend to believe when they're left with so many blanks and they're told that this game is full of mystery. Their imagination runs wild. Especially in what I like to call the desperation genres, the genres which are not particularly well filled out, let's just say, in terms of the number of games available in them. And big space exploration and procedurally generated universes generally not all that popular to develop, but very, very much desired. People's imagination runs wild when they think about an entire universe to explore. Can't really blame them for that. Now, when it comes to No Man's Sky's PC port, what we have is an interesting situation akin to Arkham Knights, in which a lot of people are reporting huge problems. These problems include massive frame rate issues, huge amounts of hitching, that being the idea that there are frame rate drops at random, and these frame rate drops are quite severe. During my stream, I experienced a great deal of them, and I'm still experiencing that right now. However, the frame rate drops that I was experiencing, I was able to some degree resolve. And the way that I did that is by heading on into the options menu, heading on to options, and you notice that this options menu was awful, mostly due to the fact that in order to actually apply any of these changes, you actually have to restart the game. For the most part. I believe you can change field of view without doing that, but for the most part it's going to tell you how to restart the game. So if you want to actually switch to windowed mode, you have to restart the entire game, which is an absolute joke when it comes to a PC port. But regardless of that, what I did was I took my options, I set them all to low, and I applied, and then restarted the game, and then I put them all back to high, applied, and then restarted the game. And what that appeared to do was increase my frame rate. On stream, I was struggling to maintain 60. I'm now getting closer to 100 to 130. However, the hitches are happening quite frequently. And you'll have noticed some of them during the video. They're not as bad as they were, and we were experiencing some insane hitching on the stream. And I did confirm that that had nothing to do with XSplit by running a private just to make sure that that wasn't interfering with the game in some way. But the hitches were nigh on unplayable. Now, if you recall the launch version of Far Cry 4, which had serious hitching problems on a wide number of different systems, it was worse than that, a lot worse. It dropped to 10 and below frequently. I'm currently getting them right now. I mean, you may have noticed a hitch there, and really I wasn't really running into anything, so just got a hitch there as well. DxTory is reporting that the hitching is due to the GPU, but bear in mind I'm running at 1080. There's another hitch. And I was monitoring it earlier with MSI Afterburner, and I was noticing wild variance in GPU usage, as in it wasn't consistent. It's an interesting situation. And of course, I'm not even getting it as bad as other people. Some people can't even run the game. It's not even running for them at all. It's crashing for them constantly. Day9 had frequent crashes on his stream. I get some crashes when launching, but usually the second time around it works fine. I had several kernel crashes on my GPU earlier. At least I assume they were kernel crashes. It could just be the application dragging it down. And I even had the hitching become so bad that it was actually affecting my audio device. It was causing my microphone to stutter and sound robotic, which is crazy. Now, a lot of these hitches are actually happening when you get into your ship, which is a big problem when you're trying to fly around the environment. But there are thousands of complaints currently on the Steam forum. And this brings up a fairly important subject that I think really needs to be addressed, because frankly I'm sick and tired of people not really understanding how this works. It's the idea that if it works fine for one person, it must work fine for everybody, which on PC is an absolute joke of an opinion. Like that's not even an opinion, it's just straight wrong. Now, there are a huge variety of setups, there are a huge variety of applications that could be running, and a wide variety of issues that could be happening on each machine. Now, every PC is essentially different. And as a direct result, when I hear somebody say, well, it runs fine for me, I say, great. That's basically like saying, well, there can't be world hunger because right now I have a sandwich. The fact of the matter is that there are so many different configurations, and if a wide variety of people are suggesting that the game is not running well for them, then it's about time that you should listen to them, because that is obviously the case. Right now I'm getting a large number of frame drops, and you're also seeing the absolutely awful popping. There are no view distance or LOD sliders available in this game whatsoever. I'd also point out, another problem, I mean, there are so many issues with this game right now on PC, is that the controls are horrible with mouse and keyboard. It feels incredibly unresponsive. It feels like there's some sort of mouse acceleration going on when it comes to the on-foot controls. The controls for the actual ship appear to be more of a suggestion than anything else. Now, when I try to pitch down, it's like, no, you don't want to do that. I don't know if that's got something to do with the terrain. It may very well have something to do with that. Right now it's stuttery in space, but it's not too bad. But when I'm near terrain, it seems like the ship is just trying to take control itself. And as I try to pitch down, it's like, no, you really want to go left right now, or you want to go right. Now, what often happens as well is when you're entering the atmosphere, you'll experience some frequent frame drops. As soon as you enter your ship and try to take off, or get out of your ship, you'll also experience a fairly large frame rate drop, which is annoying because that's something that you have to do fairly frequently. And as you see, as I try to maneuver towards the ground here, it's actually sending me sideways for no reason. I'm currently pitching down with the mouse, but it's actually almost inverted my ship, and making the ship very difficult to control. The game also does not have HOTAS support, which for a space game is hilarious. That's a pretty severe problem there. So what is the point of a video like this? Well, I stopped doing port reports a while ago because I felt like even if I tried it on multiple systems, it wasn't going to be reflective of everybody's experience. Now, needless to say, I did try this on 2 different systems, a Windows 7 rig, which is my current machine, which is a 5930K running at stock with a 1080, GTX 1080, 32 gigs of RAM on Windows 7. And then I tried running on my laptop, which I believe is either a 6700 or 6800 i7, and a 970M, which is, a pretty decent laptop. The performance on that was 40 FPS or lower. It was hitting a great deal. It was very difficult to play. It wasn't running very well at all. So I feel kind of like I've done my due diligence, but one has to wonder, what is the level of due diligence that you have to do on PC? And is it even possible? Even if you test 20 different configurations, does that even make a blind bit of difference? Because it could still run fine on somebody else's machine. The point that I'm trying to make with this is to say that there are a wide variety of complaints currently on the Steam forums. Huge numbers of negative reviews due to performance or the game simply not running at all. There are complaints everywhere. A bunch of streamers had issues running it, and bear in mind, these are people that stream for a living, as in they have a good machine and they run a wide variety of different games on a daily basis, meaning that if their machines actually did have problems, they would notice that pretty quickly. I'm in a similar situation. I play 6 to 10 different games a week. If my machine actually had severe performance problems on a wide variety of different games, I would know that. As it turns out, I don't have that at all. You see, there's actually a fairly severe frame rate drop during the warp as well, although thankfully I'm currently staying at above 60 FPS, so you're not noticing that. You're not actually getting those hitches. But to be fair, you can't actually see anything during this process, so I can't really imagine that it would be too problematic. The point that I'm trying to make is this. You cannot, under any circumstances, assume that just because your machine is running fine that everyone else's is. I'm very happy if you're able to run this game properly. I currently cannot. You know, we've just got huge frame rate drops there as we enter the atmosphere of this planet as well. There are plenty of people who can't. There are plenty of people who are having problems even loading the game in the first place. The inventory system is clearly not optimized for PC. The options menu is not optimized for PC. The controls are not optimized for PC. It feels sluggish. It feels like the controls are merely a suggestion as opposed to what I'm actually doing. And that's not even getting into the gameplay issues that this title seems to have. I'm not even going to talk about that until much later. I already have issues with the game, having played for a couple of hours in terms of its gameplay, but that's not the purpose of this video. The purpose of this video is simply to tell you that, look, you might want to hold off on purchase of No Man's Sky right now. It's causing a lot of problems for a bunch of people, but do not forget that you have the ability to refund games on Steam, and you can do that within the first 2 hours of play. So if you want to try it out for yourself, there's not really a great deal of harm in that. Just make sure that you do refund after 2 hours if you are suffering these performance issues. Needless to say, a lot of people are trying right now to figure out exactly what's wrong with it, and you've got to love that about the PC gaming scene in general, that they will crowdsource information, they will try and tweak .ini files, they'll try and find the solution. But right now, it seems like the game has a lot of problems, and I would implore people not to start arguments over this. It's obviously not working for quite a few people. That is all the information that you frankly need to know. If it's running fine for you, great, but really you're not part of the conversation. Go and play the game if it's running fine for you. If you're enjoying it, that's great. You know, I don't want people to not enjoy video games. I take no joy in telling people that games don't run very well on PC. And that's bad for my job. You know, if we get a bunch of bad PC ports, people will stop playing on PC. So how is that good for me? It's not. You know, I want to enjoy this game as much as anybody else does. And the fact that I can't do that is irksome to me, and the fact that a lot of other people have paid $60 for a game that clearly doesn't run properly is also irksome to me. At the end of the day, my job is to try and help you make a good purchase. Now, I have no other agenda other than that. If I had any other agenda, people would stop watching me. I'm supposed to give reliable information to people, and it can be very difficult to do that on PC when it comes to performance. How many PCs do you have to test on before you consider your information to be reliable? How many pieces of anecdotal evidence or reports from your friends and colleagues do you have to get before you can consider your PC performance opinion to be reliable? Tricky to know that, but just be wary. I've said it time and again, pre-ordering video games is a mug's game. It's gambling when the house always wins. There's no benefit to it. There especially wasn't a benefit to it when it came to No Man's Sky. You couldn't even preload the game, for God's sake. There was no discount. Just don't allow your hype and don't allow your dreams for a game like this to override your common sense. I understand what it is to get excited about video games. We're all very passionate about this particular medium. I'm so passionate about it that I made it my career. But don't allow that to override common sense. Don't fill in the blanks. Be always skeptical. You don't have to be completely negative about everything. You don't have to be super cynical. In fact, I encourage people not to be super cynical. Find joy in as many things as you can, but don't allow it to override common sense. Because when you...
Comic Point stuff. Wow, you knocked his head off. I thought it was his head. At this point, you know, I feel everybody's always like, we won't cover it for a Kickstarter, but who has the time anymore?
Oh, he's trying to slap. He's trying to slap.
Yeah, we just kind of don't do that as a general rule anyway. So yeah, exactly. Like, there's just so many Kickstarter emails coming in that I'm sure there are plenty of cool games on Kickstarter, but my message is, call me when it's real.
Sure.
You know, call me when you're really making it, when you're funded and going. You know, like I don't.
I've never given anything to a game Kickstarter. Like it feels so shaky still.
I ended up putting money into that pinball arcade thing because they were putting the money towards licensed tables.
Oh wow!
So like Star Trek: The Next Generation and Terminator.
Here we go.
They were like, we need money to get the licenses to the voices and all the stuff for this table. And I was like, those are tables I want to see it in this game. Like, it was already proven out enough that they were a real studio, and and like the logic made sense that I was like, okay, I want to pre-order a copy of that if that helps it get made. But yeah,
Hey, what's the buy-in for that game?
it's free.
It's free.
It's a
and
table of the
then-
month.
Okay, new table of the
And
month.
then like they're on season 5.
Okay.
And they have season bundles that are like $30 a season, but you can also buy per table if you want.
Okay, not like one big bundle or like a
I
season
don't think
pass
they
type
currently have
thing?
one big bundle with everything. It's still broken out by seasons, but the season discount is still a discount over the per table price.
Have they mapped out the remaining seasons, like which tables are going to be remaining?
They have not. They're on season 5 right now, and
How many?
don't
Like 4
think-
tables per season? Does that sound
no,
right?
it was like 10. It was,
Oh,
I would
shit,
say it was
really?
10 before, and it's 5 this season. This is the first season where like they cut the number of tables in half.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, not the price. So that's a little weird. I
Sounds
I
like a
took that to
stable
mean that
there.
they were going after bigger tables or
Yeah.
something, but I don't know. They're also working. I mean, it's basically the same thing, but only for Stern tables, like the current, like and I think it's like Transformers and Tron, and like the
Right.
current Stern tables are going to end up in this thing.
Cool. Yeah.
Which that could be neat.
Does that play pretty well?
They do.
Pretty fast.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'll go with Jersey Jack.
Jersey Jack, Wizard of Oz machine.
Yeah.
That guy just wants to slap.
Just wanna slap.
Oh, sorry.
Slap
That
master
guy
is
typed
here.
Slapmaster is here. Slap City.
Hi.
Slap him.
Ah! Throwing knife headshot.
There's a really good MST3K episode called Agent of Harm, HARM.
I think I've seen that.
It's because all they do every time he does some like picks up his dry cleaning is because he has a sedentary lifestyle in this beach house and he waits for all the bad guys to come to him and try to take him out, and then he's always ready with his judo chops and bow and
Wait,
arrows.
isn't it? Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da. I think that's what this jingle is.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey,
I'm
Josh.
talking about the hosts. They always doing the James Bond stuff because it's not just James Bond ripoff, the movie itself. Well worth checking out. Come back to Netflix, MST3K.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the new one.
Yeah,
It's
the new
Joel and some
Oh,
guys.
right.
Mike and those guys are so good to do riff tracks, but I'll try any
But
MST3K.
yeah, like Joel's just writing. I imagine he'll be on it at
He's
some
hosting.
point. No, it's Jonah Ray. It's like
Felicia Day.
Felicia Day. Patton Oswalt's playing like the equivalent of like Patton Oswalt's playing son of TV's Frank, which is inspired casting. Yeah,
It
it's a
really
whole
is.
new on-camera cast, which I think is the right move, but also makes me way less interested in watching
Yeah.
it.
I don't know. Those guys are funny. Like I watched some of Felicia Day's like comedic stuff, and it's okay. Like I think she's pretty.
I think they all have
solid
chops.
comedic.
Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I didn't like Mike as a host. So
yeah, I liked him.
Okay, I didn't hate Mike.
Sure.
I'm with you.
But as a Joel guy,
I'm a Joel guy.
as soon as they changed away from that, I didn't like when they, when they
Joel
changed
guy.
the Crow voice. I was fucking like, man, fuck this.
Yeah.
So I have specific needs out of Mystery Science Theater that like this thing can never meet, and that's okay.
I'm just
We'll just go in with no expectations. And
Yeah, we'll see what it is. I think, yeah.
I'm so disappointed that riff tracks isn't funny that it is. I've never really had a good riff tracks.
Are you serious?
I've listened to a bunch of them and I just find you know how they
Shit.
write them, right? They write them in separate. They all live across the country. and
Yeah.
They separate it out in like 20-minute chunks, and each writer takes one, whereas in the old MST3K days,
There's some
Like a
really
writer's
funny
room
ones.
kind of
though.
thing.
Man,
there's grasses. I've seen riff track live a couple times.
I
That's
think
usually pretty good.
the thing, I think that stuff, it just got a little saturated. There was so much of it
yeah.
at one point.
Cinematic
that, like,
Titanic and all
I
this
saw
stuff.
them live. I don't know if I've ever told this before, but if you go to the Cinematic Titanic website, I'm in like one of their ads. Like they interviewed me like as a spectator. It's like
Alas, I cried. It was better than cats.
some shit like that.
Please find that.
Yeah, and also like I get why you would totally want to do it for big budget sci-fi movies and all this other stuff, but like when they were like, we're doing The Matrix, I'm like, that's not.
That stuff's kind of funny though. Like I watched
yeah.
that's the way to watch Twilight because it's actually hilarious.
I saw they did a Twilight stream once, and I totally agree. It's probably way better than what we did. Had a good time with it though, but yeah, I don't know. I always felt like it wasn't soulless, but it just felt like it wasn't quite as sharp as the old. Season 8 and 10 of MSV3K has some good stuff in it. I'll watch it anyway.
I feel like I'm like a 2 through 5
Sure.
guy.
37 seconds. Let's move.
They would always have the Thanksgiving Day marathons
Yeah.
all day. Oh my god. I remember my ex-girlfriend was so pissed that I wanted to watch that all day. We didn't last much longer after that.
Oh man, MSV3K Tricky Day. Those were some. Because we always had to go to my grandparents' place, and I would just find a room with a table once and just
Sure.
I'm gonna be watching.
Like I
Space
had taped all of them at that point,
Yeah.
but I would still usually watch the marathon. It's just for the bits between,
Sure.
you know.
They still do that. They'll stream
Yeah.
it on like their site.
Oh no! Yeah. 11:29, getting better.
Yeah.
Getting better. That's a GoldenEye Source 5.0. It is for free
Yeah.
from the
For
internet.
real? It's for free.
Get it on the internet.
Get it from internet.
I actually reached a point where I just wanted to watch Mitchell on it.
Yeah.
Like, no talking over. I didn't need the talking anymore.
Apparently, Joe Von Baker was super pissed
Yeah.
about that episode.
Do you still carry a copy of Mitchell in like your car?
I do not
Your back
currently
seat?
have a copy of Mitchell in my car.
Last time I was in there, it's like, oh, there's a copy of Mitchell. Cool.
I forget why that was in there.
I think you were trying to tell me that, like, oh, it's just always in here. It's always
Yeah.
at the ready. We done with
I'm done with this.
GoldenEye?
Also, I always wanted to find good, just like the uncut versions of a lot of the Sandy Frank movies. Like Time of the Apes
Yep.
and that sort of stuff.
Did you ever actually go through that? Because I feel like that the journey would be better than the destination and a lot of stuff.
I just never.
You ever try to watch Manos like that stuff? It's
Yeah, I mean,
that's
man,
terrible.
yeah,
That's on another
But I could just never find that stuff.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, I don't, you know.
You ever try to watch Denizen?
Yeah, we did watch Denizen. Oh my god, I still have that copy of Denizen from Screen, and I need to give it away sometime because it's like an evil taint in my apartment. Like it's spreading darkness. I think I'm gonna try to start doing some more giveaways on our forums and stuff.
That would be
we have a
super
huge
cool.
pile of junk over there to start whittling down.
No, we have all good stuff. It's not junk.
If anybody wants
best
our
of the best.
100,000 subscribers to YouTube plaque, it's my first giveaway. No, I'm gonna start keeping that.
You should get rid of that damn thing. It's so fucking stupid.
So you don't know when you
It's a
get
big
to
silver button, like fucking.
when you get to 100K or a million YouTube subscribers, they send you increasingly
At
bigger
a million,
plaques.
it's a gold button.
It's fun,
And then the GameSpot one is hanging up out there, like, oh, our gold button. Like, fucking whatever.
At least for Extra Life.
Yeah,
plaques.
those are cool.
rad.
Those are cool. Those have like the site logo on and stuff like that. Those are like well-made, custom type things. Whereas like here's a, yeah.
We're gonna bring back those old Game of the Year things that you and Greg did.
I gave away the last one of me to the Campo Santo when they were in here showing them. Yeah, I guess they were starting. They had a collection going of Game of the Year awards. And I was just like, you can take that one if you want it. And they're like, really? Yeah,
Sure.
So there's still a Greg one over there, and I still have one of mine at home that I will hang on to, but the one that was up in that kitchen area.
The one of you holding a game like this?
Yeah.
You can put whatever you want there.
Just holding.
All right, Jason.
Yo.
I know you're over there playing with the control surfaces, but you also brought a video game to play.
This game.
Look at that.
Blade Ballot, a voting game. Okay.
It's ballet, Jeff. It's French.
What?
I think so, anyway. So I haven't played this. This is a 4-player local. It's online as well.
Okay.
Your robots, you spin around, you smash each other. And
Okay. That sounds alright.
How's it different than real life?
It's not. This is real life. We played Sortie a couple weeks ago, and I was unsure about how I felt about this, and yeah, we'll see how I feel about this one. All right. So I got like
Pass out some
controllers
controllers.
here.
I'll play.
Wireless controller connected.
Okay. This one has Jason's name on it. If we want to do this for quote unquote right.
I don't. Here, pass this out. Turn them on.
No worries.
Some leave this open. Cool room now a little bit.
Yeah.
Pineapple juice. Not my brand.
It's not your brand of pineapple juice?
Someone needs to pick an account here.
That's Rory.
Oh, sorry. What am I doing? User.
I'm holding up the show. Is what you're doing. Let's go. Alright, where's the next start? We're gonna play.
Drew, are you in?
Nope. I'm.
Your controller is dead.
It was plugged in, I
Cool.
shit you not.
We'll rotate.
Yeah, so we should label that
You go
one
first.
because it's now the one that.
I'm in chat.
Does not
I'll
keep
keep
it
it
charged.
first. And go, look at this.
I've not found any online games yet, so I don't know how well it
Is this out officially?
This is out officially, yeah.
Oh, that's
It
good.
just came out this week. So a few different modes here. Regular stock stuff, time deathmatch. Soccer looks kind of cool. We'll see how that goes. But set rules required. This all looks pretty standard. 7 amount of lives, last one standing wins. I think we're good. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, so the controls, L and R, one, will have you spin around. And all of these guys have like their own special ability. I haven't tested out everyone.
I'm Steve in the upper right.
I like that.
Next.
What is this guy do? Torque?
They're
Hyper-powered shredder. There we go.
You think we can get some more game audio out here?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
It's hard for me to tell.
No worries.
Check. This out. When I do this, it's coming. It's coming.
Here we go.
Yeah. Good. All right.
It says minus hard. Vanguard. Easy. Okay.
All right. So you can try out the controls.
Oh, cool.
L1, R1 spin, super special. And there's a jump, an X, and then I think there's a taunt on square. I don't know if that actually does anything or not, but. Is this just fucking. I don't know what the hell this is.
So somebody took BattleBots and made a video game out of it. So basically.
Yeah, I guess.
Bill Nye here.
How do I start? Do I stand in this thing? Yep.
Like I'm holding a seance. Bill Nye, if you're here, communicate with us.
You gotta say it 3 times and it appears in your mirror. Which would be pretty scary.
Did you just chop that robot in half, Jeff?
Yep.
Holy shit. 3, 2,
All the momentum on this spin.
Yeah,
Really?
that's
Easy
really
crust.
weird. I was playing with one of the robots that had like a mace. That felt really good. But now I fucking spin.
Well, you guys have.
Whoa.
Okay, I just got a big sword.
Whoa, shit. Okay, all right. We learned. We just learned.
I'm the best.
God damn. Did those come back now? Okay.
Hit me with my sword.
I'm not the best.
Oh,
I hit you with my sword.
that was really good. Oh, I don't want to be on
Whoa,
that.
whoa, whoa, whoa!
Fuck out of here. Player 2.
I've been hearing a lot of chatter about Uncooked. Was that the game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's out.
Shit.
Everybody seems to be having a great time with it.
Really wish there was online.
But I think they said they will be adding that later in our call.
It's coming to consoles, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So it just like randomizes the map. I didn't see a place where we could change like which map we wanted to do, but
Like that shield.
what the hell is that? Oh, you're
Invincible!
It's shielding.
Each sword!
It's shielding. You have 4 quadrants of shields and then they go
Now I
away.
have 0.
Yeah. Okay, that shield.
Do that, do that.
That's
Speed up.
speed plus.
I don't think I like my dude. It's cool that I can spin around kind of fast with that thing, but like I really wish that I had some range. Yeah, that sucks.
I like having this range. Jeff, did you change weapons?
I don't know.
Ah! I mean, I hit the wall and
Do I
my
even
momentum
need to
went down.
spin? I suppose I don't have to. Just try and stab you, but no, that didn't work.
Ah!
Oh no, oh no. Did that block? Oh, that's cool.
Chef questions in the chat.
Okay.
You see if I can find it. I scrolled.
Oof.
Gas Break Dip wants to know, what are the most unreliable legacy consoles in your collection in terms of just hardware functionality?
PS1?
Obviously, the Xbox 360 had crazy quality control stuff back in the day.
The original PS1 with all of its turn upside down stuff and all that.
You find in the long term that cartridge stuff still works pretty well?
Yeah. All my disc stuff has rotted. Like I've burned Sega CD games, like review copies that Sega sent out, and CDRs are supposed to decay faster than regular discs, but those all still work too.
You ever thought about copying them again?
Yes. So I recently started going down that road.
Get a duplicate?
Last weekend.
Nice.
Just because I was also curious to see if like they matched up, because there's like checksums of what the retail versions are like, and I want to just compare to see like, is this even a different build of the game? And I think my copy of Marky Mark is just the retail version of the game.
That's what I want to have, right?
Yeah. Well, but I would love to have like a beta, secret, rare, unreleased version of that as well. You know, so.
Is that the make a video one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We played that like a year or so ago.
With the CDRs, fat.
Yeah. And
that dude thing.
yeah, so the most unreliable thing's actually been EPROMs, like erasable like prototype cartridges and stuff like that. Like I have a couple of those that don't work.
You can't even flash them anymore.
Well, I mean, like they had preview versions of games flashed to them at one point,
and then you have no alarm access to it.
Yeah, they just don't work. I had a copy of a Ranma game for the SNES that actually didn't work when I got it.
Is that the good one?
No, none of them are the good ones.
Bison Hero.
I played one eons ago, and it was awesome.
Bison Hero wants to know: does this game play as sluggishly as it looks?
Yep.
It feels not great.
Oh, it's a friendly fire off. We're playing soccer, I guess.
Oh, that's the ball. Okay, not the mace that you have. I thought, you have the ball.
To be fair, you're.
Oh no.
Yeah, it is 2-1.
No, that's the wrong way.
I will find a way.
Oh. Okay, I thought friendly fire.
Yes, come on!
Nice.
Fuck out of here.
I know this song. This is a. This feels like a monster
I
song.
passed it to you, Drew.
The chat can tell us.
Yeah, somebody in the chat will know the.
Oh. Well, fucking hit it, dude. Something.
Come on!
Oh god.
I got chewed up too, but it's okay. We got points.
We're pretty good at this.
Oh, nope.
I'm gonna get Jeff out of here. No, don't you dare.
Yeah.
That's an own goal.
I like this one because you kind of have to change the direction of your rotation.
It's Carmen.
Went out my head.
Bizet. I want to say Bizet composed Carmen, but he's gonna come back. Get his license money though.
Bizet?
Yeah. He's only been dead a couple hundred years.
Shoot.
Is that a developer in the lower right hand corner? Like some picture of the Dev and his son or something?
They
Or
look
is that
like
a clip art?
Sasquatches, actually. We won.
Well, I scored a goal.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Drew scored that for you.
Federer Dave wants to know: have you still used Delicious Library to catalog your games?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Still working for it?
Jeff, that was really good.
So I have about 3,500 games in it right now, and I'm running on this MacBook Air. I don't know what combination of things. Like that app has not been updated in a while. I don't know if the developer is still like actively supporting it or not. But it has gotten a little sluggish.
Sure.
What?
But you gave him the trophy. So much for
Hooker.
Matt Corv 7 wants to know: have you seen Terraria Otherworld? We're just talking about Terraria today.
No.
In the course of recording a Starbound quick look.
What's Otherworld?
That's the sequel / not Terraria 2, but kind of a Terraria 1.5 kind of thing. It's been really weird to keep track of how they're phrasing what that game is. They're still patching Terraria too. They're still putting out stuff on a semi-regular
I want to say the
basis.
Otherworld thing might be because like it's if I remember right, Otherworld is being published by the people that published the console version of Terraria, and they did some of their own development that then later got patched back into the PC version. But that wasn't guaranteed when they were doing that work.
Yeah, I do remember all that weird stuff.
So I wonder, I think, is Otherworld from that?
We have a way to find this out.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
When is that, when is that story about going on? You set a time for it?
Monday.
Relogic and Engine Software are making.
I'm dead.
Relogic is the original.
I'm not sure if they're just letting Engine Software do what they want. I'm not sure if they might have done the console. You ever played the console versions of Terraria?
Briefly, I remember them like all kind of being okay. Like, this controls better than I thought it would, but like, it's still not the best way to play it.
You want to drive yourself crazy? Try the Vita version.
Well, I totally like the soccer mode a lot better than the other one. I know we didn't spend a ton of time with it, but
like having a goal to accomplish other than like the murdering doesn't feel precise enough, and when you have players that are focusing on a big soccer ball, they're leaving their backs open and getting like able to be murdered. I think that's just a little.
Let's try it. One more murder, like a timed one.
Time to kill.
Yeah, time deathmatch. Get as many kills.
That also sounds like a James Wan.
Rounds for one. Let's just do one. Round time? 60 seconds? Sounds
You
great.
to a kill.
You to a kill.
Time to kill is a
Time to kill and time to die. It's from a
Grisham?
Yeah.
Well, it's also a movie lyric or a song lyric, but then it's from a biblical. Time to kill, time to die. I think it's biblical. If I'm not mistaken.
It's got Sam Jackson in it?
Right. Yeah.
No, it's a Ecclesiastes 3:3. A time to kill and a time to heal. All right. That was close.
Nope. I want to change.
Oh, go all the way down.
Oh.
Like, come towards the camera. There you go.
We not played
I think it's cool that you're able to check out your duty before you.
Catbot.
It meows.
Oh.
Whoa, shit.
That's a fast cat.
Oops. That seems kind of scary. Yep. That's an okay name. Oh,
what?
Yeah.
Oh.
Jason, how excited are you for the new power-up mode for Rocket League? Have you seen the trailer?
No, I haven't seen the trailer yet.
I don't know. That was a question in the chat. I haven't really. I played 2 games of Rocket League not too long ago. And I had some friends over at my house, and I own gold, and I got so excited. Oh no!
Who's gonna be the one that saves me?
Oh shit! You throw. Oh, that's how I died before. Okay.
Oh, what are you throwing stuff?
Yeah.
Fuck this guy. All right. Come on, Catbot. You can't hit us both.
What?
I got this. Yeah, come on down.
Here we go.
What?
I have this dash, but I think it might shoot me in the direction my character is facing, not the direction my joystick is going.
I didn't even see a countdown. Oh no.
So since I'm spinning, it's random. It's hard.
I just shot my head over and over again.
That seemed to. Yeah, that was a.
Yeah.
That's a good technique.
Dynamite hitting out now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's alright, but.
Yeah. You know how much this is?
I want to say 20.
Ooh.
I want to maybe say 15.
I'd love to say 10.
I don't think I can say it.
I'd be ecstatic with $6.99.
I can't go anywhere.
It is on sale on Steam for $13.49.
We're all pretty wrong. It's alright. It's got a good look to it. Good aesthetic. But I just want to play this, but we can't.
Yeah.
$15 on PlayStation 4 or $13.49 for PS Plus members.
Okie dokie.
Alright, nice.
That is
the 1960 stuff. So like one other thing that they do that would be really nice. 250 in your regular and 500 in your in a ship slot.
Which is a huge difference.
Because like the moment to moment on that means you're just not in your backpack as much.
Because you have to store your backpack a lot in the patch.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
So imagine starting that game in the pre-patch version where it's just like constantly.
And the other difference that's a big part of that is not just the inventory management, but also the economy. Because if you're able to store so much more, you're able to get money in that game much faster.
Yeah.
Which
you
is
don't have like 1,000 gold. So I found a planet last night that's just like barren except huge gold deposits. I'm like, oh, like I have 400,000 in gold on me right now.
Yeah.
Don't come kill me. It's mine.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I found my own gold planet. That's fine.
Good. Okay. Anything else big from patch to no patch?
The other stuff is. It wasn't stuff that I experienced because it's stuff they kind of added. So they changed the seed a little bit so that there would be barren moons now. Apparently in the pre-patch version, every moon had at least something on it, whereas they basically created like almost no atmosphere, basically no life whatsoever kind of moons in the patch version. So I never I've been to a couple of moons, but I hadn't really gotten super far in, so I wouldn't have seen that anyway.
So has the actual set universe changed between the patch?
They added some stuff and they tweaked some things to terrain and like the way buildings would set on terrain.
But the basic if a planet is here in the pre-patch, I'm like the universe is not fixed, right?
The thing is, I have no idea.
The way you have to think about this isn't that there's a universe of planets that are set up or stars. There's an Excel spreadsheet that's 18 quintillion things long and with numbers. And what they basically did was added a new variable, like a new column to that spreadsheet of potential things.
Okay.
And so now, the universe is different. It's different.
But the location is probably fixed, like these planets here, this galaxy
The
thing here.
locations
is part of that Excel.
Yeah, exactly.
So they could have tweaked some numbers, but the odds of anyone ever noticing that would have been extremely low.
And there aren't tools to go find one of the planets we found in the pre-patch version anyway. Like there's no way I could go find one of the planets
to a planet you
without because there aren't coordinates for the galaxy.
Right.
I feel like to understand that kind of matriculation with the Excel sheet, just look at what everything's named.
Snorgle.
Right, it's just don't have too many consonants in a row.
Yeah. And on top of that, they wiped the server. So anything we discovered pre-patch would have been wiped out. So
the one thing I will say that is the other reason why it's worth briefly talking about that patch before we get into the big bulky stuff is that's a patch that seems to indicate that they are interested in continuing work on this game.
Right. Or that it's even possible.
That it's possible to change pretty big things, from one patch to another, from the 1.0 to the 1.03.
So what do you guys think in terms of that? Is this a game that you can you play this offline?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you scan stuff and then you get money for scanning and then uploading stuff. Is that a fake mechanic where you're uploading?
The thing is, you can upload even when the servers aren't.
You can.
You're uploading to a galactic encyclopedia narrative.
It's not a real like I'm uploading this.
So that thing
also doing that.
Well, so when you're connected, you're also doing that.
Well, 95% of the time I was playing last night, I had that red circle when I went to my menu that said, online service is not available, and I didn't know what that was. If that was a common problem.
Yeah, I
didn't
had
know
this
if
morning.
anything I did was
It has nothing to do with you. It's just the servers are spotting.
But conceivably, if I discovered a planet online and you wound up finding it, it would say found by me.
The thing is, I think anytime it hits that server, it is looking to see everything that you have discovered.
So I've seen stuff found by other people, not personally.
So I haven't yet.
On my map, there's a button you can hit right.
Yes, it shows discoveries. Yeah.
Show discoveries nearby, and there's one 3 or 4 jumps away. I should just notice it.
How is that possible?
What do you mean?
It means what's possible is that someone got seeded in a planet somewhere in the vicinity of where Austin started, and eventually their path somehow intersected. That's it. That's all it means.
So here's
2 people have already been on the same planet at the same time.
Right, which I'm also.
We'll get to that in a second.
Because that's another big thing that
He's just saying how improbable.
Very
like that, but that's my point. Is that we're not, and maybe this is the last discussion to have about this game, but I just don't think the math checks out.
No, listen. Remember, if you flip a coin,
if we're talking about, I know.
Here's the thing. You know the coin.
Well, I know the birthday problem.
What's the birthday?
Oh.
Do it. Just say it.
The birthday problem is you have 23 people in a room.
Yeah.
There's a 50% chance 2 of those people have the same exact birthday.
Sure. So the coin version of that is if you have a set of coin flips, the way you know that it's fake is that you never find a run of heads for like 30 in a row.
Right.
That like in real probability there are weird extreme circumstances
Sure.
that do pop up. So like I don't think it's.
But like we're talking 18.
So also you have to think it's 18 quintillion planets in that universe.
Right.
We don't know how many are in this galaxy.
So
And we
we're
also
talking
don't
about
know.
galaxies.
We actually don't know the number of stars.
We literally
That's
don't know. Okay.
Right.
All
We also don't know the number of stars.
So it's not as cut and dry.
And we also don't know how laissez-faire this is in terms of like, are they tweaking stuff to
Totally.
make people coincide?
Right. We don't even know if the galaxy that you see is lined up the way the galaxy I see is, or if we're being popular.
And it sounds like you saw where I was getting at with like applying the math, the birthday problem to that.
Yes.
Where like if we're doing that math, there's no chance.
So is this like a MAG thing? Remember MAG? Massive action game where it's like technically it's a 256 player thing, but you're all doing separate little things that are kind of feeding into one. Like, are we all on the same server in the same universe, or
Well, so here's the thing. So this is the
we talking about this game.
Before we actually get into the gameplay, let's address this right up front. So supposedly two people found each other in the game. Don't know how the fuck they did
Well,
it.
they didn't. They just were on
But
the
that's
same
the point is
planet.
that they knew they were on the same planet and they tried to go to the same spot.
Right. Yes.
In the end, they did not see each other.
It was actually day and night too. Right?
Yeah, it was like the nighttime.
Oh.
So the reality is, it seems like the game does not actually, like, the only thing it's doing online is tracking discoveries.
As far as we know.
As far as we know, that's what it's doing. Now, there's been obviously some clips going around of Sean Murray in previous interviews, sort of alluding to the idea of multiplayer. And
never explicitly.
There are some clips that are like
Pretty explicit.
Here's
What's the most
The
explicit?
Colbert one's pretty.
So here's
Where
the
you say, oh,
interesting
someone
thing.
sees you?
But so
That's the most dangerous.
but so here's the most interesting thing about those clips is that in every single situation, he is being asked that question. He is never pro-offering that.
Right.
Now, I don't think that necessarily is an excuse for saying, for being wishy-washy or even like half confirming it the way he does in some of those interviews. But I'm guessing it's a feature that at some point they wanted to do, and it just wasn't possible.
The thing that's wild about this is like we actually don't even know that it's still definitely off because they did this on day one when the servers were all fucked.
Right.
It's. I wish he hadn't said. I wish he had just been like, no, it's not there, and then if it was, it would be a really nice surprise.
Well, and
But,
also
like,
the things that he's tweeted since,
Oh, he's like-
he's sort of been like massaging that a little bit, where he's like, can't believe two people found each
How
other.
crazy.
What are the odds?
Yeah.
Like that sort of. I'm just like.
But the reality is that,
a little vague.
It was vague, and it was vague all along.
Yeah.
And even when he was kind of, alluding to that stuff, like, he was never, like, 100%, oh, yeah, this is definitely what we're doing. It was always very much like, yeah, there's some possibilities there, some things.
It's
And
like this one got away from us. We don't know what we
yeah,
created.
and I'm not excusing that, because I think that, the biggest topic of conversation around No Man's Sky has been expectations. It's been, the messaging and the expectations people have applied to this game, both based on things that developers have said and done over time, and just the lofty expectations that people have projected onto this thing.
And I don't think he's been explicitly lying. Like, there are things that you can construe oddly, like, the Game Informer interview.
I think it was
they
messaged
asked him-
poorly.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But, like, that Game Informer interview where they say, can you grief your friends?
Yeah.
And he says, like, in a way, in his head, maybe he's thinking, like, oh, I could name this planet Alex Sucks Planet,
Yes.
I don't think
that's
he's been deliberately deceitful.
He's never straight up said this is a multiplayer game. You can find each other. This is the thing you can do. I totally understand why people are like, okay, it seems like the Colbert thing is definitely the most damning. Where he's like, oh, if someone sees you,
right? Of course.
I just don't think he's ever straight out lied.
But again, with the amount of intense pressure that guy's been under,
I don't want to make. I don't want to make so many. I don't want to give him an out because like if you're somebody who just that Colbert thing is probably the widest reaching thing,
Yeah,
right?
of
If you're
course.
somebody who's not keeping track of the game, if you're one of the like 2 people out there that doesn't listen to the Giant Beast Cast, then that might be the only information you're getting about No Man's Sky or
and
Spiders.
you're never gonna meet anyone out there.
And like you might just listen to that and be like, oh my gosh, like I want to see what I look like. So maybe Dan, you and I should get this game and we'll play and maybe we'll run into each other. I know the chances are slim. I get it.
The thing that like it's just another instance of so many people in the audience wanting this game to be the thing that they're imagining it is.
Right.
Like to the point where I've seen people mad that base building is not in the game yet. Even though that is a thing that Sean Murray came out and said a year and a half ago that like, no, there won't be base building. And so like there's a lot of and I don't mean this necessarily as an insult. There is a lot of projection of like, I want this version of this game to exist, and I understand the desire
That's
for
what
that.
it's devolved into.
But like, and for me, part of that reflects that the messaging was so vague, and there are ways in which I think that pays off. Like there are some things in the game I didn't anticipate,
and it's fun,
and that's really fun. And there are other ways in which it's very frustrating, and it doesn't do him any favors.
Right. I just see the divide. I see the stuff that is like part of the long PR cycle on this stuff too. Is like you can get into the stream at the source and then get out, and then get back in when the game's released, and be like, "Whoa, what happened to this game?" What we were talking about 2 years ago is not the same thing we're talking about here. And all of us would be like, well, Dave had been announcing stuff this whole time, clarifying, it's been in the news, but I didn't catch any of that.
I mean, like, I actually feel like I went into this game with a pretty good sense of what it actually was. And
You have to.
But no, I don't. That's the thing.
But you didn't. You're not doing a good job.
What he's saying is right, because I know lots of people in the press who, through the launch, were like, I don't know what this game is.
Right, and the reason
I don't have a clue.
But here's the thing: the reason I know why what this game is what it is because Brad Shoemaker came on this show and more or less told us exactly what it was, and like what he explained and what he sort of laid out from his demo session was exactly what I've been playing. You know, not every single detail, but like the loop of it that he described was all right there.
But that's special to us. And that's special to people who follow us, and special to people who follow the person who follows us.
Right, and I'm not saying that the messaging out there was good necessarily. In fact, it was pretty bad. Like, and the fact that it came from Brad having to go into this hotel and play the game and see what was going on in person.
Talk to Sean in person.
And that this wasn't like a widespread thing where like the messaging actually got out there in a meaningful way beyond the scope of our podcast and a few hands-on previews. Like, I think that, you know, I was actually kind of a special case in that I got almost exactly what I was expecting.
The thing that's frustrating about this whole larger conversation is that it is distracting from what I think is a pretty simple but also fairly good game.
Should we talk about the game?
I'd like to talk about it.
Okay. Yeah. So I would just say I think it's still it's odd that it still feels cloudy. Now let's talk about the game. Like it still feels like people are teasing apart what this is.
That I like though.
And
that's what I like Dark Souls.
So what is this?
So this is a survival and exploration.
Okay, let's move on.
That's it. All right.
It's
we happy few.
Yeah.
Look, so it's early access. It'll change.
It will. It seems like it's going to change.
What is? I don't know. How do we talk about this?
I don't. Go ahead.
You start if you want.
So it is a survival and exploration game. The one of the things that you could do, as in a lot of these games, is focus on crafting and increasing your abilities through the creation of new equipment. Another thing you can do is, like Alex said before, follow this main story path going from kind of waypoint to waypoint inside of this universe. And the way you do that is by landing on planets with your spaceship, mining for resources, scanning the local flora and fauna, making money, and trading. Like, that's the game. That's like the one sheet.
Okay, so what makes this game so special? Or why is this
a little PR?
So this is,
what makes it?
So
do you think this game is different?
This is the fascinating conversation I've seen play out in various in both development and press circles, and just the conversations that are happening around it. Is that the most negative response I've seen from people is very much like, I don't like the idea of resource gathering and building as a replacement for game mechanics, which I think is a very snarky way to sum up an entire genre. But I understand what they're saying. What they're essentially saying is the economy and the sort of the design around that is replacing the traditional sense of what you would do in a first-person shooter or an action-adventure game or something like that. I don't think that's a necessarily fair criticism, but I get what they're saying.
I think it's a reflection of the thinness of gaming.
Yeah, it is, but I think it's also completely missing what the actual hook is here, which is the size.
Right.
And it's one thing to say the game's very big and that's its hook, that's fine. But the actual the vastness of it is in its own way kind of a mechanic. Like the exploration aspect of it, the part where you go onto a planet and you just walk around, you find stuff and you look at stuff and you scan stuff and you plant your little fucking flag in there and say, hey, I have carved out this space, this tiny little chunk of this fucking unknowable thing for myself.
So here's
in its own way.
Here's the thing that for me is fascinating about the way in which they're deploying vastness.
Right.
Normally in games, when someone says the world is really big, what they mean is it's going to take you 100 hours to explore all of this.
Right.
Yeah. When you get Fallout,
like a square, you'll run out of icons to find around that.
Here's the Just Cause map.
Right.
You can fit the Skyrim map inside it.
Exactly. That's totally what they do. That's not the effect that they're trying to, or that they do achieve. I don't know what effect they're trying to achieve. Who the fuck knows? But the effect that they do achieve is that you're incredibly small. Right. That like it's not necessarily that this is going to be a 500-hour adventure for you. It might be a 40-hour, 50-hour adventure for you. But the path that you're on is going to be largely a unique one.
Right.
So that every step that you take does feel like your step and not the same step that someone across the table from you is having.
That's why those early reports of like, oh, it's a 30-hour game things. Well, I mean, okay, what does that mean with this game though?
What that means is that you're mainlining and you're not really focusing on any of the exploration aspects beyond what you need to get the resources you need to warp jump all the way to the center. Yeah.
So like, but that's the thing for me that's interesting about it is that like, imagine a Fallout like this where it's not just, it's not just like, the world is so big that it takes you 30 minutes to run from one side to the other or whatever. It's the world is so big that you feel super small.
You will never see this whole world.
Exactly, you'll never see the whole world, and that to me works really well.
Yeah.
That was the first thing that happened. When I started playing on Monday morning, I was like, oh my, this game's scaring me.
Yeah.
Like the first time I lifted off the planet, I was like, I'm not ready for this. So there was an amazing sense of just feeling
wonder.
so small and just being like, God, this, when you're staring a planet like right in its face, and you're just like, this is fucking huge. What's happening?
I think one of the coolest things that comes out of that vastness is, I saw a bunch of planets last night, and all the animals I saw were like rooster sized, or they were like hopping around like cow sized. And then I get on Kotaku or something today, and they're showing like this giant fucking lizard, like flying dragon snake thing, where I'm like, what the fuck is
You
that?
were showing those squishy ass fucking like pillow size, like I don't know what those things were, but they were like hopping around.
Like little hopping, like they were like little like almost like jello, just hopping around. And, like that shit is really cool. Or like the one time I landed, and there was a giant giraffe-sized creatures, and they shook the screen when you were in there.
Oh, that's what's so funny. It's like trying to imagine like what could possibly be out there that maybe no one has seen. Like millions of people will play this game. Maybe no one's seen this thing that looks like a giant fucking T-Rex the size of a moon or whatever.
And look, the reality is, if you boil it down, it is obviously pulling from a very specific rule set of terrain, of animal parts, of flora parts. Like anytime you go to a planet, you're going to find some version of the same rocks and the same flowers and trees that you've seen elsewhere.
It's like if they went into the Spore character creator and hit randomize 8 quintillion times. It's like there's our randomized creatures.
But the actual the experience is in, I think, in just like seeing what those combinations look like and just seeing what the outer limits of what those rule sets can provide you. Like, I've been to some planets that were fucked up. I told the story in the quick look about the one like just devil fucking planet that I was on that was just hell on earth for
Cliffs and everything, right?
Yeah. But I've been to others where it's like, giant floating orbs of copper and like, cliffs that clearly like didn't draw in exactly the right way, so there's like floating pieces out in the middle of nowhere.
It sounds like the guy at the end of the Blade Runner.
I've been to ones that was like, I've been to one planet that was like two decent sized
ads for this game.
Is it really?
They have ads that are straight up. I've seen things that you people wouldn't believe.
Okay,
so
every time you zoom into a system and you see those giant like freighter ships or whatever, I feel like Tears and Rain is playing behind me when that's happening, but it's probably on purpose.
So like that's the thing I keep coming back to is like I think No Man's Sky is a really good Twitter bot. I followed a lot of weird Twitter bots, which is just like someone built a weird algorithm tool where it's like, oh, we're gonna add fake, subtitles to a random clip from TV or something like that. Or like, oh, a procedure generated poem. 80% of those posts are not good. Right. Or they're okay, but like they're not great. And then like 1 in 100 is like, oh shit, that's really good.
Is that what the ebooks thing is?
That is
some of it.
Okay, I always see the retweet and I have no idea what the hell.
The most famous ebooks thing ended up actually being an advertising. People were doing it, which is an interesting dilemma.
That's a whole nother
weird.
I feel like this comes back to a little bit of what we talked about a while ago, which was the adventure game problem, where everything you can pick up is useful in an adventure game, where it would be so different if you went into an office and had to solve a problem and had to go look around everybody's desk, and 90% of it would be mundane garbage, but would that be a fun game to play?
Right.
Or do we have to tune games? Like, what is the
the thing that's tough about this is that like it wants us to tune ourselves and our expectations and the way we play games more than it wants to be tuned. So like for instance, for me, and I know this is true for at least somebody else at this table, like having a waypoint on the screen is like, I want to go there. I need to go there and clear this. I need to clear every little thing on my map off. I'm glad there is not an actual map in this game for planets. Otherwise, it would just, I would be so...
I would still be on the first planet.
So I saw, Alex, I haven't played it yet. I bought it on PC, and that's actually coming out by the time this comes out today, Friday. So what I saw, the only thing I saw, aside from the Atlas path, which seemed to direct you, which is nice for people who want to be directed, was when he pulled up the encyclopedia of stuff for a given planet, it had the species of animal that you could.
Yeah.
They were all question marks unless you found it, and it's like, okay,
So
I can check these off.
That is the only implied thing in like list in there of like
checklist.
this is what's on this planet. That's the only clue you have about stuff.
That is like in my mind. That's how I'm kind of categorizing different planets now. It's like planets that I want to. Oh, so here's one big thing that I actually changed too from the pre-patch. You can use your scanner from inside your ship, which means that you can scan in space and locate stuff on planets now.
Yeah, and it only it pings one thing each time you do it, but it doesn't find everything on the
So that
planet.
still gives you a destination. So like there are planets where I'm like, we ping and we look at this planet and we go through it, and we land on one thing, and then leave. There are things like, oh, I need this mineral, I found some over here, let me get it and go. And then whenever I'm on a planet that I love, which is like, oh, this is like just like beautiful or gorgeous, or like just
life filled
with life, or like is dangerous in a cool way, because some of the planets have. I hit a planet last night that the sentinels on it were frenzied.
Yeah, I found one today.
And they were just like all up in my shit.
Just a
like,
story for you.
Okay, I'm excited. So, but like, so really quick on the planets that are like the best. I'm gonna categorize every single animal here, and then get a quick payout because you get extra money.
You get a ton of money from it.
Yeah. So before we get into Jeff's crazy story, and I think this is a good segue into some of the more gameplay mechanics. There is a meta game here, or there is a bigger game. We talked a little bit about this and got in some trouble with taxonomy, but there is a game that I want to play on my iPad, which is aggregating all of the discoveries, the Darwin version of this.
right.
Of like, oh, okay, let's sort all the things that are walking on four legs. Let's sort all the plants that have four petals, and I want to see the evolutionary. How did we get here?
Yeah.
Like, let's make the tree of life for all of these things that players are discovering, and let's kind of put these into. This is the very human. I need things in a bucket list. Let's go to the science of this and see where that is, because that data must be fascinating as everything gets discovered. Like a big chart of all these species and what the iterations are.
I wonder if they'll release that. They'll have that stuff. They'll have those infographics, and they'll have. Or I wonder if they put that out.
Like every possible part. Like here's what every foot could look like, or every beak type.
Right. Like here's this thing with two horns. Here's this thing with one horn. Here's this thing with one horn and wings. And now it's a split. It's like, oh, they started flying. Here's this thing with no legs, and like I want to see that.
Sometimes even on a single planet, there will be subspecies.
Oh yeah.
What happened on that?
I don't know. Like there was definitely one where it's like, okay, this one has plates on its back, and it has spines on its back. Like, okay, what happened? What happened? I want to know that.
Yeah.
And I don't. The answer is probably not. The answer is a die roll differently.
And like again, the mod I want on the PC version someday is like, what if something's clung to your ship between planets and you introduce a new species?
That's a hell of a mod. That's a big
wow. And just like,
No Man's Sky 2.
Or you just like, you're able to like put it in your inventory and then release it onto the planet and watch what happens.
Right.
All right, Jeff, let's talk about your experience in terms. This will go into some more of a gameplay loop.
Yeah, a little bit. And I also want to talk to Alex because you seem to be the person that I know that likes this game the most.
I'm with Alex for sure.
I like
all
this
I want to be
game.
doing right now is playing this game.
Oh, okay. And I want to know, and I just want you to explain that.
I will.
I like the game, but when I started playing on Monday, it was crashing a lot for me.
Ooh, I got that too. I've had a couple crashes.
It crashed on the first Buddha. Like, didn't even make it to the thing where it says initialize.
That's as bad as it can get.
Yeah,
I got that like
It's
6 times more where you're just flying through space and you see the names of planets.
So yeah, I had that when I downloaded my save to my home PS4. The first 2 times I tried to get on that save, it crashed. I was worried it was corrupted. The third time it worked.
Are you all playing digital?
Yep.
Yes.
I am.
Well, no, I play on disc.
Okay, I haven't had any crashes. I had pre-patch crashes, a bunch of them.
Okay.
I've had 2 crashes with the patch, and they were both in that initial
I'm just
load.
getting lucky.
Essentially, you're all playing digital, right? Because it just installs into the hard drive.
Right.
So yeah, even when I the file I downloaded on Monday was 103. So then I would die and crash out on a death, and that happened like 4 times right away. And then I got to the point where I think my game is stuck.
No.
Yeah. So
it crashes every time.
No. So there's a situation.
there's a situation, and it could be unique to me just because of the crashes and the times that the crashes have occurred. So I made it about 11 hours or so, and I got to a planet with overly hostile sentinels.
Yeah, just
to
like
the point where
just
they're
the
just
most
like,
middle finger throwing up
first,
asshole sentinel.
Shoot first sentinel, right?
Those dogs.
Yeah, the dogs show up immediately.
They show up like
even
in the second wave.
Even if they're not collecting resources or
Yeah,
attacking
just don't
You're-
like
just
the
by
way,
existing.
just don't like the way you look. You know?
So you didn't ever do anything on this planet to piss them off initially?
No.
Like,
No,
you
there's
landed and they were like, hey,
there
fuck
are
you.
certain planets
Yeah.
that you land on, and they'll tell you what the sentinel like temperament is.
Yeah.
Oh, is that when it's like, oh, amenable or whatever?
Yeah, and
Okay.
so every once in a while, like I haven't ended up on a frenzied one, but I definitely ended up on a hostile one.
Yes, and that's where I am at in this one save that I have literally in the pocket where I loaded up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I get to the planet, and I don't know how I found a derelict ship, but I found one, and it was like way bigger than my standard. What is it? I don't know. The S-36.
Yeah,
whatever you
yeah.
want to
Your little X-wing looking piece of shit. Yeah.
And man, is that one a piece of shit? But,
That first one is
Yeah.
the first little tiny ship isn't much.
Yeah. So
Your uncle's
Yeah.
17th birthday.
Yeah.
He was like,
It's the
listen,
most Honda Accord looking
Totally.
piece of shit.
It like runs on bubbles.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh man, I gotta get that ship.
Yeah.
Oh wait a minute, these sentinels are hostile. I am in trouble. So what I did was I land, and I see the ship, and I'm like, I gotta get over it. I open up its stats, and you see it had like twice the amount of inventory slots. There was some stuff in there that I wanted. I was like, you know what? I'm committed. I'm going in. I commit to that ship, and when you do that, you effectively like cannot enter your own ship anymore.
Yeah.
Your old ship. You are now, bound to that ship.
It's worth noting that depends on where you are. So I got a ship from another trader at a trade depot, and when I did that, my old ship stayed on the platform. And when I went over to it, it showed up as an abandoned ship, and if I picked it, I had the option to get it back.
Right, and I totally believe I could go back to my ship that I abandoned and open it back up. But here's where it gets interesting.
Yes.
Okay. So I get in this ship, and perhaps I didn't do enough of a vetting job.
Enough ship diligence.
We're like, maybe Jeff should have counted up all those exclamation points.
Yeah. Right.
Those red exclamation points, because this thing was in bad shape. There's a reason it was abandoned.
Right.
So
Somebody died in this thing.
Bad thing.
Shady was a smoker.
Yeah.
Shattered pass. So I start kind of like moving stuff over, and I'm like, all right, I gotta fix a few things. I gotta get that launcher fixed. I gotta get that pulse engine fixed. And I'm just getting harassed left and right from
Non-stop.
And then the dogs show up. And
those dogs are assholes, by the way.
Yeah, total assholes. I die. I respawn. Oh, I'm sorry. I die. Game crashes. Farts out to the menu. Right?
Here we go.
I start it back up. I respawn, basically like in the cockpit of my new broke ass ship, but my old ship is gone.
Right.
So now I'm stranded, like some awful sci-fi movie. I'm stranded on this overly hostile Sentinel planet where every last component to my ship is broke.
Alright, we just gotta fix 2. We just
And
gotta fix 2 components. We can do it.
So listen to what I did. So the first thing I did, so I spent roughly 4 hours grinding out.
No.
Yeah, I'm like, all I need is the launcher fixed. As soon as I leave this planet, I'll figure it all out.
Yeah.
I'll just leave this fucking planet and just fine. So I start realizing that if I totally go after that first Sentinel, he won't call his buddies. Right? So I was constantly spinning that
You were
plate.
hunting those things.
I was going but they just spawned real close to you.
Yeah.
We gotta talk about like why they are everywhere in the entire galaxy, but that's another time.
It's a story.
And I'm just like, all right, if I kill this one guy before he calls in for backup, I can buy myself like another 6 minutes, where I can grind, and fix that launcher.
By gathering resources.
Right. Finally do it. Fix the launcher, and then I get into the cockpit. It's not letting me take off.
You don't have resources. You don't have fuel.
I filled it up. It's like, no, dude, your shield is down. But I'm like, but why can't I launch?
Oh, you can't even. You need the whole base core set.
So not only do I need the shield, I fixed the shield. So again,
The shield's not that hard to fix.
3 hours. I'm all in. I fixed the thrusters. I fueled everything up, and I fixed the shield. And then it's like, nah, dude, your pulse engine's fucked.
Fucking government, right?
Right?
Regulations.
Yeah.
I think this is kind of awesome though, because considering this game is all about everyone having a unique experience
Yeah,
and unique fates and stuff, the fact that maybe it's possible for you to just get stranded on a planet like
Totally. This is what
kind of
happens.
awesome.
I thought the credits were gonna roll.
This is what happened
You
in
lost No Man's
theory.
Sky.
This is what happened in theory to me on that hell planet, whereas like I could have got off there. There weren't really any sentinels around. The only thing stopping me was my own laziness and the fact that the patch version, my save was going to go away anyway.
Right.
Whereas this actually happened. You were actually
doing
fucked.
Edge of Tomorrow.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
I'm motherfucking Matt Damon. I'm motherfucking Matt Damon on Mars, and I'm venturing out as far as I
Yeah,
can.
well, Matt Damon didn't have robot dogs trying to kill him the whole time.
No, I'm venturing out as far as I can, hoping to God that I find some sort of marketplace trading thing.
Oh, yeah, that would
No, it ain't happening. It don't matter. I ain't got shit to sell. I don't want to sell my exosuit. It's not gonna happen.
It's a shit planet.
Yeah, it's a shit planet, and I am fucked. So here is what I propose we do.
Okay.
I don't think we can do it, but man, I would like to try and stream the attempted
Can you save Jeff saves?
unfuck my save.
That sounds like a really interesting stream. 7 hours of you looking for palladium. Like,
That sounds alright.
Like, I also want people to
if
see it.
ZD's is pregnant and it's gonna have a kid, and like I've got to build a shelter because the storm is coming.
But I
can't remember.
I need people
It's
to
an
see
enemy
this, though. Like, I want people to see just how fucked I am.
And granted, a lot of this sounds like it's a result of some bugs and crashes,
And
but
again,
like,
no, and
Also, maybe a bad decision, which was I'm gonna try to repair this old pickup truck, of course, in Robotville.
in the middle of a war zone.
Totally. Hey, I'm not saying mistakes weren't made. Okay.
It's a confluence of things.
But just because mistakes were made doesn't mean that they won't.
Yeah,
Of course,
no,
I
of course
understand.
not.
I understand. So that's my campaign. Unfuck Jeff.
This is the first time that I wish there was straight up multiplayer. I want to come say, I want to come save
Oh,
you.
you kidding?
You just fly low and just wave at him and take off.
I'm trying to find the white flag in my inventory, and it is not showing up.
Or just fly low and shoot the ship.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then fly away.
Got it fixed.
Hey, I heard you had a problem here. Yeah, big problem. Bigger problem. Yeah.
Now I wonder if the game had not been crashing, which I've since deleted the file, reinstalled, and I haven't had a crash since. So hopefully that's fixed.
The thing to know for the next time is there is an option to load the previous save.
But by then it was I was too far.
You
down.
had a couple there.
I realized, and I'm like, oh, I've already.
You talked to that
I buried that one.
Yeah.
So what I want to know is if the game wasn't crashing, would my abandoned ship still be there?
If you had
Right.
still.
Right.
And again, the only situation I've seen where, I mean, I did pick up a crashed ship at one point, but I didn't even bother going back to my old ship at that point because it was like anything was better than that starter ship.
Yeah.
But again, in that situation at the trading post, my old ship was there, and I could go back to it if I wanted to.
And when I did this in the pre-patch when I repaired the ship, my old ship was still there.
Right.
So
I did start the game over, and I'm about 5 hours into that. Man, you get off that first planet quick.
Yeah, if you know what the fuck you're doing.
That's why I was actually kind of grateful to play that pre-patch version for a
Right.
while, because the second the patch version came out and I got in, it was like, I was on a roll. Like, I just got going.
I think even the pre-order ship just comes with a warp drive.
It
or whatever.
does.
It's just like you're done. So let's talk about what Jeff alluded to before the story. Do you like it?
I do. Look, the reality is there are definitely things that game does not do well. Combat
texture load.
But look, it's better in the patch version.
Yeah,
a lot.
Oh yeah.
And the textures are better.
It's not
also.
really even texture loading, right?
It's just
like,
it's a lot of pop in and draw.
It's like that dithering. I don't know what that
It's
is.
I think it's a unique thing based on what
Yeah.
the system.
Seems like they invented
Yeah.
that.
Well, I thought that like Comanche or something. It's got that real like
It's
late
like a
90s
camo.
dithering.
It's
drawing.
digital camo. Or
It's
something.
drawing on the fly, and it's that stuff's pretty noticeable. The combat's not great. I think the space combat's okay, especially once you upgrade your weapons. But like anything with the multi-tool thing you use to both mine and shoot, like the combat with the Sentinels fucking sucks.
Yeah,
it
it's
just
not great.
does.
It's pretty bad.
Um,
My new ship. So I just bought a new ship for like 800 grand.
Congratulations.
And thank you so much. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful ship. It doesn't have.
Everybody's
Yeah. Trust me.
Must be nice to get a new ship working. Must
Yeah,
be
nice. Do you want the old? Like, you want me to?
Yeah,
I'll see what I can do. I got in that ship and I'm like, all right, we'll test this baby out. There's a distress call. I'm gonna save these traders and get a little bonus. Just fly over there. 2 enemies. I'll take them out. No big deal. line up my shot, and I was like going fast. I'm like, all right, just gotta lead the target. Where's the? Why doesn't this ship doesn't have the lead? Didn't have the it's a different cockpit.
It's a cockpit situation.
I think it's a cockpit. I think it's like a trading ship or something, so it doesn't have the icon.
Not meant for battle.
Not meant for battle.
Like, it can shoot them?
Oh, it can totally shoot.
Okay.
Here's the other thing. Sometimes when I fire the pulse lasers, I shoot myself instead. Like for the first 3 times, whenever I shoot, I take damage, and then it's fine. It's like there's a jam in there.
The lasers like under the hood. Yeah, there's something you have to lift up.
They're underneath. They're like under the.
And they're tracking like too high or something.
No, but you just want flying around.
Sounds like it's an aftermarket blaster.
It is.
Someone wasn't installed that shit on there.
Is it like clipping the wing? Everything.
What you gotta do is you gotta buy one of those Kenwoods. They're real nice. You know, you gotta get that in there. Nice
I'll take it to the cleaner. I'll go and clean out the pulse.
That's all.
Phase laser.
It's like it's not timing to the propeller.
That's exactly what That's exactly what it feels like. Well, once it cleans out, like when they shoot 3 times after not being in combat, it's fine.
Because it's shooting through the hole in your wing now.
So on top of that, the other things I will say is I think the survival game aspects are pretty uncomplicated. Like it's for one of those games. Like I don't feel like I'm constantly in peril or I'm like I can't survive situations. Like it's as long as you're just kind of mindful of the basic systems you have to keep in order. I think that stuff works pretty well. It's definitely not going to be everyone's bag. Some people just don't like that kind of stuff, and in general, I don't either. But I've been having fun generally with the systems as they are in this game.
I don't mind the systems as far as like, okay, the red stuff repairs this stuff, the blue stuff the green you sell or whatever. It's more the inventory and managing it, and like it's not really spelled out well. Like, you know, I'll have 2 identical like electronic chip things or whatever, and I can't stack that. But then it's a way of stacking, just referring to elements.
Yeah.
And I can get up to that 100.
I wish you could stack items. I wish that were in there. I think that the biggest miscalculation game developers over the last several years have made is the idea that inventory management is anything anyone wants to do ever.
Yeah. That's why I love Fallout 4 so much more once I just went into the console and I was like, fuck character capacity. I'm not doing that.
A thing I wish it had from Fallout 4 is like my usability thing that I want desperately is in Fallout 4 you can say like I need adhesive. Mark anything with adhesive right now.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to build something with adhesive. I want to do that with a mineral.
Yep.
Or the other thing is I want to have like an active quest thing where I can say this is the upgrade I want to build.
Yeah. Right.
Always have up on the side of the screen a thing that said I need nickel and aluminum.
Right, and
Witcher put that in.
And the problem with that is like, you know, every thing you want to build has like 4 levels below it, right? Where you're like, well, no, dude. First, you need some suspension fluid for that, and that's made of 14 sheets, and it's like
Factorial.
And some of the attachments and everything are confusing. So like the multi-tool, I'll build some upgrades and it feels like it just kind of incorporates into the mining tool or whatever.
Yes.
But then I'll build some and it seems like it just sits in my inventory, and I don't know if I have to have it in the inventory or if I have to have one or the other. I don't know.
Any tool for the multi-tool that you build in, like you can't build those things outside of the multi-tool.
Right.
So if it's for the multi-tool, it will be built in there.
So right, but am I supposed to see that in my inventory all the time, or is it supposed to be like assimilated?
It's not supposed to be in your inventory.
See, that's the thing. I built one. I got all the materials for it, and I built one, and it just sits there in my inventory.
Well, no.
Well, let's figure out what it is. I think I know what it is, but go ahead.
It was like I made 2 at one time. One of them was like to make it so it would mine minerals faster.
Sure.
Right.
And I made that one, and I put it all together, and like the blueprint or whatever disappeared out of my inventory.
Yes.
And it seemed like
How do you like recipe lists?
Yeah, and it seemed like I was
Mining
right. Yeah. The second one I made, but then there's still this box in my inventory taking up one of my 5 fucking slots. And I don't know if it's actually applying to the
Okay,
mining
no,
tool.
then I feel like you didn't make the first one. So yeah, on your multi-tool, if that's the thing that you're building, it should be on the multi-tool page. It'll always be there.
Where there's the 5 slots then.
Well, yeah.
Well, it depends on how big your multi-tool is.
Okay, well,
yeah.
but should the upgrade be taking up a slot?
On your multi-tool.
But not in your exosuit.
Yeah.
Well, no. I'm talking strictly about multi-tool.
Sorry, when you're talking about inventory, I think of the exosuit and I think of your cargo hold.
I'm talking specifically about the multi-tool menu.
Yes.
And so if you go to
any upgrade you apply to that, it takes up a slot.
Okay. And if it's showing up, it is applying.
Yes. And in fact, I think everyone should know a hot tip. You should put like upgrades next to each other. So if you have like a bolt caster, which is like the gun version of your thing, you can try and switch to your like blaster version instead of the beam. Put all upgrades for that next to that base thing.
Oh, why?
Because it boosts them.
Do they have to be touching, like in the
If they're touching, if they're adjacent. Yeah, if they're adjacent,
I didn't know
they
that.
get the same color and they boost.
It doesn't communicate
it's,
that
it's
well
one of the
at
things they don't tell you about.
Well, do you guys know
about
about
in Minecraft? Like that's what they're going for, right?
Do you guys know about the tip with the sprint button? Yes.
So you can just tap it instead of holding it.
No, about like actually going into the PlayStation settings and like the accessibility settings.
No.
And you can make it so you click L3 like every other game.
Oh, okay. I don't mind.
I kind of got used to it,
Yeah,
but yeah,
I read that before I started, so like it's good that like I'm just playing like a standard.
Yeah.
And then R3 is my speed.
Your scan. Yeah, that makes sense.
So okay, all of these things said, there are definitely seams, there are definitely problems in that game that I'm especially noticing now that I'm like, I'm going to say like maybe 20 hours of total play time in that thing. The one thing that keeps me going back to it, and this is obviously the biggest thing, is that sense of wonder has not gone away.
Yeah.
Every time I go to a new system, I want to see what's there. I want to explore it. I want to go to the space stations. I want to at least go to every planet and every moon to see what they're like. Touch down, boots on the ground, fucking scan what I can, upload what I can. The thing I've had to stop myself from doing is spending hours at a time on one planet, especially if there's stuff going on there, because the reality is the amount of interaction you have with other aliens, the number of installations, bases, towers that you find, there's not a great variety of those.
Right.
And so every time you do one, you're just kind of doing the same thing again and again. The monoliths give you a little bit more narrative. There's some stuff there with that. And I actually like the act of learning the languages of the different species and kind of figuring out their backstories. Like, that stuff is kind of neat.
And even figuring out a puzzle based on the language you have. Like I break into a facility and there's a bunch of random words and the alarm is going off, and you happen to know the word visual, and it says visual, so you know to turn off the cameras instead of turning off the sound detector or whatever. That's clever.
That stuff is neat.
Ooh, cool.
But in the end, the thing that keeps me coming back is that I just want to keep seeing stuff. I want to keep going to these places. I every time I enter a new system and I look around, there's still a feeling that wells up inside of me every single time. That's just I don't know how to describe it other than just kind of a generalized magnificence. It's just everything feels so huge and sort of distant and just it's beautiful to look at, and
I don't know the last time that I played a game where I said out loud, what is that?
Yes.
And that is not, or the opposite, which is actually being a little I want to be quiet for this,
right?
Because it's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's hitting me.
Even when you go to a completely dead world, low atmosphere, just some fucking rocks, in the middle of the solar system, and there's still something to that. There's a haunting quality to that I think is. I don't think it's going to hit everyone the way it's hitting me, but it's hitting me in a very heavy way that I greatly admire.
I do like this game, but I feel like I'm at the point where I enjoy everything until I kind of land on a planet.
I'm kind of feeling the same way about that. I love these stories. I love your story about getting stranded. I love seeing giant snakes or whatever on Kotaku, and I want to continue following this game.
Sure.
But I'm not sure if I'm enjoying the moment to moment playing the game enough to actually be discovering that stuff myself, or just sit on the sidelines and be like, oh cool.
Right. The way that you might do it for EVE Online or something, where it's I'm not gonna play EVE Online or Dwarf Fortress, but wow, amazing things happen in that game.
But to me, that's the difference with this game compared to any other space game that's doing a similar scaling stuff. You look at a Mass Effect 2. That's a space opera, and the universe that they have built for it is tailored very much to the story and the events that you're taking place in your story.
It's very finite.
In a strategy game, there's a distance that you have from what's actually what you're seeing. Yeah, exactly. It feels vast, but from this great distance where everything just kind of feels like pieces on a board that you're moving around and doing that kind of shit. You're on the fucking ground every single planet you go to here, and those planets feel massive. Yes, they are repeating assets. Yes,
they feel big. The scale is unlike anything.
Well, even just in a field. I was in a field last night where I uploaded a video of this, and just chest high purple grass that's catching the light, and you're running through it.
And the wind is catching
I'm tiny even in this field, under this mountain. I'm nothing.
For sure. The first time I saw a planet that was mostly water.
Right, exactly.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
I was going to say earlier, the craziest planet I found recently was just one kind of decent sized continent, and the rest of it was just ocean, and it was crazy.
This is for me such an interesting moment because a game like this hasn't been the big AAA release ever. These games have existed. Games like this have existed. Games like Noctis, games like Elite, games like Dear Esther, right? Like open worlds where the point is to explore. And
Minecraft to some extent.
Yeah, so Minecraft wasn't a AAA game, right? Like it's huge.
It started out that way.
This game doesn't exist without Minecraft, obviously, right? But like Minecraft, this game is going to be something that millions of people play, and 5 years from now, we'll see the dividends from that.
But I would even make the argument, like, is this a AAA game without,
apologies. I should have said it was a AAA game.
Right.
Obviously, 15, 20 people, but like...
And, like, AAA just has weird meanings, right? So, like, it was, the wrappings, the trappings around this are so triple.
And it's been marketed and received
as traditional.
We're talking about this the way last year we only would have talked about Call of Duty and other big, huge blockbuster games. And for me, that's a benefit, right? Yeah, shooters, right? For me, that is a net benefit for games because it introduces a new amount of diversity and variety among what we are allowed to talk about for this long on podcast.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing as I watch it and I see people talk about it, and it is one of those games where you are making your own stories, and that's not what we're used to. We're used to the hero narrative, and like it doesn't sound like you guys are the heroes of anything. Like, what are you doing? You're not saving the galaxy.
You are a fucking speck of irrelevance in this
and
grand
story
system.
So far has been like, you're a little minion, like you're a pawn in some grander bullshit. You ain't nothing, and
so
like
you're not Shepard going to save the galaxy. It just sounds like you're trying to figure out.
You're just kind of on a road trip. Yeah, you're on kind of it is a road trip. Yeah.
I mean, there's. I hesitate to use this term because it kind of inherently makes me roll my eyes a little bit, but there is a spiritual element to it, where the idea, especially with the Atlas stuff, there's a sort of progenitor kind of sense to it that you're finding something ancient, something that may have had something to do with the greater creation. Whether that ship pans out to be anything at all, I don't know, but it creates that sense of you are in something so unknowably vast and so beyond the scope of your existence, and what you carve through this is yours. Maybe no one will ever see it, no one will ever know about it besides you, but the fact that you can have that, and you can have that sensation as you're playing, is crazy. It's just not like anything I've played before. The game has problems, but the fact that it can do that on its own is compelling enough for me to want to keep playing, even beyond the fucking review assignment aspect of it. Like, I want to see this thing through.
It has been like, for me, I read about this the other day, Game. It has been a sort of salve for me. I'm launching a new website. I am in meetings all day. I have a ton of work to do. I don't get home often until 9 or 10 at night. Like, to come home and be able to sneak a planet or two in, and like let that wash over.
And I think that's the way to play it.
Oh yeah, totally.
Don't grind out for hours and hours and hours at a time, because you will get tired.
I will say it is totally one of those games where I sat down at like 7:30 last night, and I thought I played maybe an hour, and it was like 10.
I have definitely lost more hours than I thought I had playing.
Yeah.
We've said a lot. I know we can't just do another 4 hours.
No, I think it's it's a big thing. It has been for a long time. I'm glad it's finally here, and I look forward to buying it and playing it on the PC and fixing all the problems you guys just talked about. Amazing mods, like inventory mods. And,
I would imagine that's it.
I really do. I want my friend Janine Hawkins, who's a contributor for John Bond, mentioned yesterday that she really hopes it's moddable so that you can go in and like mod the cockpits so you can like add stickers and like
Polaroids and
Polaroids. Oh, if you could add your own screenshots as Polaroids, just tape them up.
I want a cassette player.
Yes.
So that's
I want to be Star-Lord.
So that's the mod I would look forward to the most is custom soundtrack, and that's hopefully something on a PC. I mean, you could just alt tab.
And just as a brief aside, the soundtrack in the game I like a lot. It's very ambient, but it's very appropriate. But that said,
but don't you want credence when you get into shit?
If I can bust out smoke on the water as I'm flying over an oceanic planet, that's what I want.
There is a weird sort of like rocky breakdown when you enter that first space station.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden it's just like it was sort of like a hair rock band, like a hair,
a little bit.
I want a little more Rebel Galaxy, a little more space truck.
I was watching the RimWorld quick look the other day, or unfinished, while playing, and like that has like space western guitar going. Like, I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty good.
A little bit of that would be nice.
This is pretty good.
I hope there's some community modability in some of this stuff, because I feel like what you guys are describing is a pretty solid foundation that can be tweaked here and there.
Right.
Agreed.
Like some of the inventory stuff.
Well, they said like the next update's bringing big space freighters and base
bases.
building. Yeah. So who knows if it's the next update? Right. I won't say it's the. They said
And who
they're
knows
working
what
on
you
it.
can actually do with that yet.
Totally.
So.
Totally.
Look forward to No Man's Sky 2. Boy, coming soon. Let's move on. I think we talked about Mafia, we talked about No Man's Sky, podcast is done. Dan, what do you got going on by you?
Played a little bit of Bound earlier.
That's out next week, right?
Yeah. It's cool. I played 2 levels of it. Do you guys know what it is?
Yeah, so I played the E3 demo they
Okay.
had on the floor, which was just a discrete section of a level that ended
Okay.
before a boss encounter or something.
Okay, yeah, there are some boss encounters. So basically, you're a pregnant lady who is going through her diary, which is bringing up interpretive dreams based in modern dance.
Your type of game.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah, they made this for me. That sounds like a lot, but basically you're like dance jumping your way through levels.
Yeah,
looks
it's sort of a platformer, but not exactly.
It is.
But
I would say it's mostly
But a lot of it has more to do with contextual animation stuff, like you're using specific moves to get through certain areas. I
Yeah,
feel
or you're
like.
getting caught in these like kind of spider web type things, and you
Yes.
dance your way out of them or
Yes.
whatever. But everything's very surreal. There's some like Escher type levels. It's really cool from what I've seen, and you can play all the levels in any order. So basically, there's just a bunch of pages in the diary, and you can just go to any of them and piece together like there's it's supposed to be a grander story. You know, I just started like, oh, that giant demon king thing was like her lazy dad or whatever. Like it hints at that.
There's a lot of
You can piece
symbolism
this
in
together.
there, yeah. The thing that struck me about it at E3 was the animation stuff. Like the motion
Yes.
capture looks really beautiful, and it actually kind of stitches together really nicely.
The thing it makes me think about is I can't remember if it was Miyamoto, but somebody that was working on Mario 64 said they wanted to make sure that running around in this 3D space, that it was fun to just control Mario before you even get in the castle. Like you're not going for a star, you're just jumping around, climbing trees and shit, and it's fun.
He's like the
just fun
sensation
to-
of moving him around.
Yeah, and like within a couple minutes of controlling Bound, I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty fun to play this character. You can wall jump and do all this stuff.
It's got a nice flow to it.
Yeah. So I thought it was pretty cool. So I'm gonna play a lot more of it. We'll do
Is
it
it this week? Next week?
I believe it comes out Tuesday. I want to say.
So
Sony Santa Monica is putting it.
I absolutely do not try to force my parents to even pay attention to games because that's just not their scene and it's never been, and that's fine. That said, my mother was a professional dancer for most of her life, and I actually kind of want to show her that
that'd be
game
cool.
because I feel like she would get something out of that.
What's the music like?
Boy, it's a lot of piano I remember and some
I think I remember some
strings. Yeah.
To be honest, I played a couple levels this morning, and nothing really stood out necessarily.
So is it not necessarily rhythm based?
No, it's not a rhythm game.
So
Like
you're not-
jump to the beat or anything
You're not
like
even
that.
timing the dance.
No, I was just like you hold R2 and like mash buttons, and she's just twirling around and doing arm stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
So
I'd like to see you time to the dance though.
You'd like to see me personally time to the dance.
Yeah, I want to see you just do a little performance.
1 o'clock Friday. Be there. Yeah, my No Man's Sky interpretive review. You should be there. It'll be great. What's it called with the ribbons when you do the?
Oh, like the Olympics.
yeah, she's got those in the game.
What's that called?
That's like her scarf from
It's
Germany.
not semaphore, but it's
Not
It's
semaphore.
not semaphore.
I've had a spaceship in No Man's Sky that was doing semaphore.
Really?
Not like just,
Spaceship?
yeah, it just had like one arm straight up and one arm out. Like one wing was just straight vertical.
All right,
go
we're
up.
landing.
Yeah.
All right. Should we move on to our emails?
I think we should.
Okay.
Still do those? It's still a thing?
We do still do these. Let's take a quick like a breather here. Just for a second. Dan, you gotta run to the bathroom.
I want to
real quick?
pee, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you meant like a full-on
No,
pee.
you go
Okay.
pee. I'm gonna keep recording.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I'm gonna set this up while Dan's not here. Just to kind of like what's that called? When you the
Intermission?
thing, no, the thing between meals and
Palate cleanser.
Yeah, a little
Yeah.
palate cleanser here. So last week, I think we had Dan. I think was on the show talking about out of touch. And you
Being
guys,
out of
you guys tried to tell me I was out of touch. Austin, who sings "Shake It"? Baby, what's the song? you guys-
Shake It Off.
Shake it off.
Taylor Swift.
There you go. So
You didn't know. He didn't know that. He thought it was.
He's not really into Tay Tay.
Okay.
I mean,
What did you
listen,
say it was? Shakira.
she's had a bad couple.
What's
she's
this
had a
called?
bad-
Yeah.
What you said? Did you say Shakira?
Yeah.
Something. That's wrong.
Well, there's "Shake It" right in there.
Oh, okay.
So we had some people write in with some other other quizzes.
Is Dan ready?
Yeah, when Dan comes back from draining his bladder, he's gonna get in on this. But I'm not coming.
Is this a pop quiz?
Do we talk shit about
Pop
Dan?
quiz.
Sorry, is this
No.
is this a pop culture pop quiz?
It's a pop culture pop quiz.
Oh, fuck.
Why?
Because I gotta like appeal to the youth at Vice. It's all a youth culture thing. If I get something wrong, they'll fire me.
Yeah.
You can abstain if you want.
So I'm just teasing this a little bit, but when Dan gets back, so there's this is from I don't know who's, this is from Kiki.
Okay.
Hey Kiki.
We're gonna do. How many questions is it?
There's 10.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
And then on the next page, which I have not looked at, I promise you, is the answer.
So I think what we should do is Jeff will ask the questions, and then if you know it, just say I know this, I know that, and if you don't know it, then we'll try and work it out
With each other.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll try and work it out with each other.
Okay.
And we'll see
It's like what's the game I'm thinking of? Not Password.
$20 million.
$100,000 pyramid.
Password might also do the same.
Yeah. So like I think if you say I know it and somebody calls you out on it, you have to say it.
I see. Yeah, that's
There he is.
All right.
Okay, what I missed?
So we're gonna go into our pop culture pop quiz.
Oh, okay. This is the out of touch.
Yeah.
pop
So,
quiz or out
Jeff
of touch?
Baclar is gonna read the question. If you know it, just say I know it and don't answer it. Don't spit it out. And anybody who doesn't know it, we're gonna try and work it out.
Okay, so this is all of us. So Backler's the host, and then we are the four contestants.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Backlar doesn't have the answers in front of him.
Yeah.
Any scoring system here?
No scoring.
Okay,
Okay. This is our palate cleanser of No Man's Sky before we get into our email.
Now, how are we going to do this? Well, all right.
Just read it.
Okay, so I'll read the little intro here
Okay.
from Kiki. There was a lot of talk about what kind of music is hit with the kids. As a certified millennial, she was born in 1993. I feel 100% justified in creating this 10-question quiz for one of you to prove that you are hip and with it. Ready?
Okay. This is all music?
It's all music based.
Okay.
Because that's where we kind of
Yeah.
Number one, what prominent and popular pop punk / emo band from the mid 2000s, who has since broken up, recently released a teaser video? I knew this right away.
Might know.
Prominent punk pop culture
pop punk emo band from the 2000s.
teaser video for what?
Well, they kind of released like a thing like, hey, we might be getting back together.
Okay, so let's say from 2005-ish, what pop?
Yeah, that's about right.
No idea. Anybody know that?
Now I should good guess, but I don't know.
Okay, I think I know. So how do we go to the next step?
I have no
You
idea.
can walk us through.
Okay.
You're trying to get me.
So I'll take a guess. Awesome, let's work together. Ready?
Yeah.
We'll try not to make
You're
this
trying
thing
to
forever.
Jeopardy it. Is what you're trying to do. It's like context clues.
Context clues.
Can I jump into this since I don't know for sure?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Should I say it right
Yeah,
now?
what do you think?
I think it's Good Charlotte.
Yeah,
Because they're one of those
that
bands,
could be.
and that sounds like the right era. And they were around big. Like I feel like
But I don't
Sum
think.
41 was
The
the
thing
early
is,
part of that.
the thing is,
Alex
I don't think they hit the emo. I think they will hit the pop punk.
Yeah,
I sort of,
okay.
I sort of don't know if they broke up, so I'm trying to figure out.
Let's
okay,
go.
So
How many
Charlotte
people?
never
Boy, I hope
break
they
up.
did.
How many people are in the band you're thinking of, Alex?
Oh, I think it's
Probably
five.
four
I
or
don't know.
five.
Okay. Is there a lead singer?
Yes.
Yes.
Is the band named after the lead singer?
No. What are
Okay.
the defining characteristics
You
of
and I
emo? Is it that the
definitely-
lyrics are sad? This is a much longer conversation
Yeah,
we've
Okay.
had right
Ready?
now.
Is it garbage?
Okay.
Does Phil Kohler listen to none of those things?
Is it?
Probably.
Is it?
You've already failed the entire film.
Yeah.
Why?
Is it garbage?
It's neither pop punk nor emo.
Nor 2000. That's what pop. You are
They
garbage.
actually did what garbage. No, they did come back in 2000,
Okay,
but like
sure,
that wasn't where they started.
Is it Gwen Stefani?
No.
No,
That's so crazy.
emo.
I'm so sorry, Alex.
It's fucking My Chem.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's my
I've never My Chemical Romance. Oh, I've heard of that.
Of course, of course.
Next question.
Is it called My Chem?
My kid.
Some of the kids do, yeah.
No, fine New Jersey.
I didn't know they were getting back together.
Yeah, they made a teaser that they were gonna get back together.
The dude makes some comments. His comments are like better than they have any right to be.
Sure, New Jersey's finest. My
One time he faked a tweet I wrote about ass eating.
All right.
Well, obviously that's why. No.
Old Gerard, global village.
I only bring this up because the some of his fans stalk his favorites in a way that are really intense.
Yeah.
And so I started getting messages like, why did you fake this?
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well there you go.
I told
Okay.
you about
Yeah.
Number 2, which industrial artist has been nominated for 2 Academy Awards?
Oh, I know. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could.
Trent Reznor.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah.
Number 3.
Sorry,
No, but you know what? I think
That was where I was like, wait, this is it has to be.
It's
Is
only
this a trick?
yeah.
Is this a trick question? Because that's not very.
no, it's Al Jorgensen. Weirdly enough.
okay.
Yeah.
It's Prodigy. Which
Sorry, I broke
Not
your
industrial.
which British band performs Pompeii and Laura Palmer?
Are those two songs?
Pompeii and
Those are two
Laura
songs.
Palmer.
Or those are the
I
songs.
think I know the name of this band.
British.
Laura Palmer is Twin Peaks, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I know this.
I don't think I know it all.
Prodigy.
Jesus. Oh wait.
Just say you don't know.
That's basically the same thing, right?
Okay.
That's code.
Well, no, because
I will say that's my safe word, Austin.
I don't actually know this. So I'm just gonna say Arctic Monkeys.
Oh, it could be.
Should I look at the
what's
answer?
what's that
Yeah.
side project called?
Oh, I forget.
I'm never gonna get this.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
What was it? The Steel.
I've never. heard of
Yeah.
it
Okay.
in my
So
life.
Bastille is not a band I know anything about.
Yeah.
All right, next one.
Which band released the album American Beauty / American Psycho in 2015?
Oh.
I think I can get
In
there.
parentheses, Sugar We're Going Down Swinging.
Oh.
That means nothing to me.
It
It should mean something to me?
That's okay.
I just like I it's a karaoke.
It's a hook in one of their very popular
you
songs.
sing it?
And Sugar We're Going Down Swinging.
Is that? Can I guess?
Yeah.
Panic at the Disco?
Close.
Oh.
It's in the same ballpark.
Carbon Copy.
Okay.
Fall Out Boy.
Yes.
Oh right.
I'm surprised Kiki gave us Sugar We're Going Down Swings. That's
That's kind of it. That was actually what got me there.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah. Well.
Number 5. We all know this.
Okay.
Although Dan is quickly proving me wrong.
Hold on. Prodigy.
Number 5.
It's never Prodigy.
Who can't feel their face when they're with you?
Ah, I know this one. I have the song on my
I love it.
I have the song on my iPhone.
Obviously.
I actually don't know this.
Really?
I don't think so.
Can you sing it?
Number 5. Who can't feel their face when they're with you? But I love it.
Dido.
I think I'm too hip for this one.
Yeah,
You
actually,
cannot over-hip it.
You could. You could
Really?
though.
You guys don't know this song?
If I've heard this song, it's not coming to me right now.
Taylor Swift.
Feels very like Michael Jackson-y. Yeah.
I haven't seen
Dan's
that
got
one.
it.
Yeah, it's hipper, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have this.
I give up.
The Weeknd?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Let me put
The
that
song
picture
about
if I
cocaine.
can possibly be. The only Weekend album I like is his first mixtape.
Oh, yeah.
House of Balloons are nothing for me.
Yeah. I'm surprised by it.
I think Weekend is okay, but I haven't really gotten into that.
That's the only song I know of his.
Listen to House of Balloons. It's really good.
Which up and coming indie artist recorded the album Badlands in 2015?
Bruce Springsteen.
Good show.
This isn't gonna
Does anybody know it?
But the hint is her song Castle appeared in the recent Snow White and the Huntsman movie, and she performed at the VMAs, which we all watched.
Yeah.
I remember.
Big
this.
VMAs fan right here.
I can guess who this is.
If you look at the answer, will any of us ever get it?
I have a theory, but I don't think I'm right.
What is it?
No, you actually no. I know I'm not right.
The answer is Halsey.
Oh, Halsey.
No, is this a quiz for mainstream millennials?
Yeah, this is
or
like this is
music scene
Halsey
millennials?
is fairly popular.
Popular.
Okay.
Yeah,
These
yeah.
are all fairly
So this
popular.
is on the MTV. And
Well, this is like MTV, not like Bandcamp. You gotta hit
What's
this.
Bandcamp?
Okay.
Number 7.
Well, that's the thing where like the Fury soundtrack's on there.
It is on there.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Number 7.
You won't know this. Muse is a super popular band.
Yes.
Also
You know
popular
that.
band.
Yeah, he is.
Absolution.
And they released an album in 2015. What was it called?
I don't have
Absolution
no idea.
too.
I haven't heard of
That's
Muse
a
album.
good guess.
in,
I don't know.
like,
I like. Actually, I did know this, but it's called Jerome's.
Drones or Jerome's?
No, Jerome's. Jerome's. All your friends named Jerome's. I don't know. I don't know this. Number 8.
Jerome.
Number 8. What was Hozier's breakout hit in 2014?
Take Me to Church.
Oh. Wait, wasn't he the guy that was on SNL? Oh, was he on SNL?
I
That's the
probably-
only way I'm ever
performing that
exposed.
song,
Yeah, that's the only way I'm exposed to like the
I know I was
kids'
music of that
music.
album,
and my
but it's just
dad
like
both
it came
did that.
immediately
Yeah.
to mind. so.
We're in the like home stretch of a marathon where people are just falling on the street and just
Yeah.
you just cross the finish line if you can.
Where we at? All right, then. Number 9.
Uh-huh.
Concentrated.
Yes.
Number 9. Which artist wrote these lyrics?
Okay. Why are you just
I
looking at
won't
me?
get this.
Am I eligible?
Because look at all okay.
You got that James Dean.
Oh, got it. That's the. Keep going.
You got that.
You were gonna say
James
Prodigy, weren't you?
Yes.
Dean, you got that James Dean daydream look in your eye, and I got that red lip classic thing that you like.
Is this moves like Jagger?
That's what it sounded like.
That would not be correct.
Okay, it's the.
Yeah, it's not Maroon 5.
Funk.
funk you up.
You
Up,
are
down, funk?
familiar. You are familiar with this artist.
I am.
I would have. If only recently.
Do you guys know what it is, Alex?
No.
Austin?
I do not know this by the lyric, but you certainly
Can
know
you
this
keep saying
artist.
more lyrics then?
Nope.
Okay.
You know this person.
Okay, I know this person.
Not personally, but
Okay.
recently you've been introduced to this artist.
Wow.
For the very reason we're doing this.
Wow, it's like something.
Oh, is it Taylor Swift?
There you go.
There it is.
And then finally, number 10, which Kiki believes this to be the easiest question.
That Trent Reznor one was. I think that says a lot about where Kiki and I are, like mentally.
That does say, who is gonna Uptown Funk You Up?
Mr. Bruno Mars.
It's actually Mark Ronson.
It's actually Mark Ronson featuring.
Look.
Yeah. So Mark Ronson just wears sunglasses and plays guitar every once in a while, right?
Yeah, basically.
Is that what he does? That's his job? Again, I saw him on SNL and all he did.
Thanks, Kiki.
Thanks, Kiki, and some other people sent in some good old out of touch. Take that test for what you will. Let's move on into emails. If you've got some emails, send them into beastcast@giantbomb.com. Beastcast@giantbomb.com. There's only so much room in this head.
Yeah.
There's only so much I can fit here. Our first email comes in from Ryan. Ryan says, I'm a middle school logic and robotics teacher. Talk about awesome job.
Yeah.
I'm a logics and robotics teacher.
For middle school.
From middle school.
In middle school, our electives were wood shop or metal shop.
Or like joint rolling.
Or one of 3 languages. Yeah, that was it.
Right, German, Spanish, or French.
Yeah.
Middle school, that's like a movie where people are stranded or it's the apocalypse, like the Postman. What were you? I was a middle school logics and robotics teacher. I think I can get this radio working. You know? I think I can do this. Who uses some video games like Hack and Slash, Portal, and hopefully if this year's budget allows for it. What school are you at? Quadrilateral?
Yeah, I'll gladly fix your $20.
Maybe you gotta buy it for each student. To teach basic.
That would be terrible.
Well, you know, to teach basic programming, digital logic, and functionality of computers and programs. That's awesome. I like all that. I've created classroom accounts for Steam and purchased licenses of the aforementioned games on these accounts so that my students are all able to use them on classroom laptops. I mention this because my problem lies with one of my students seeing my account name on Steam when I accidentally logged in as my personal account instead of my teaching account while connected to a projector. What has happened over the past year is that the student body of the school has quickly obtained the information of what my Steam account name is, and I have been inundated with friend requests by these students. It has spread to PSN where my account name for that is the same as my Steam name, of course. Yeah, beautiful. I wonder if he did the was it Portal? Where he made like the connected accounts. Anyway, I was. I've stood by my own rule of not playing games with students outside of the classroom, but I also know what it was like to be the weird or strange kid at that age and how much a good teacher can help you get through that time. While I strive to be that teacher for all of my kids, I know some of them would appreciate it even more if they could spend some time outside of the class by having fun over a game of Destiny or Minecraft. I come to all of you. Since you have similar situations with verified accounts on PSN and publicly known Steam accounts and your fans often wanting to play with you, what do you think I should do? I will pause here and say, I, for the love of God, hope I am not responsible for any youth's decisions or the minds of our children moving forward like you, sir, as a school teacher. So I think some of that similarity might be different. Should I continue to ignore the friend requests and politely decline the invitations, create a good grade system where I'll play with students who have an 85% or higher, or maybe even set up a 2-hour session every couple of weeks to play with my students, say on a Friday evening? Thank you for your advice. Ryan, I'm going to not say where he's from.
I have a few thoughts about this.
Yeah, this is
it's interesting.
I think of the things he said there, the last one is probably the most sensible.
The 2-hour
week. Be like, this is the time we can do this. Be very upfront about it, very vocal about it, so that, you know, I know this is a group thing, we're getting people together, we're doing this, that's that. I also think the only thing that really makes this weird is the possibility of students interacting with, you know, a teacher or authority figure sort of outside of the classroom environment is always kind of a dicey thing. And I think there will probably be parents who are freaked out by the idea of it no matter what.
Sure. I mean,
whether it's reasonable or not.
Is this that much different though than like the coach of the basketball team like taking everyone out for a pizza party or something?
No, because that's still a school-sponsored event that is taking
Right.
place.
It's adjacent. So I mean, like, that's the other way to do it is to make it an official thing, which is
Like
like
a club.
have a club, have a gaming club that you run that has weekly events or bi-weekly events.
I think if you have the kids who want to play video games with you in these kinds of situations, that you have them run it by their parents and be like, look, this is what I'm doing this. I'm the one initiating this. He did not come after me or try to befriend me or try to approach me outside of school. I think that's fine. I just think the parents need to know what you're planning on doing before you do it.
Yeah, like not randomly just like or adding them and just playing with
Yeah.
hey, jump into my Borderlands game or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a little weirder.
So I'm going to take it a step further.
Go walk it.
I think you need the approval from the school.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
I think you need like almost sort of like a permission slip situation,
Oh,
like you alluded to.
That's right. You can make it official.
Make it official, and I'm gonna say one other thing, and this will sound creepy, but here's what you got to do: you just got to record every gameplay session.
Oh boy.
That's creepier.
Oh boy.
I just
I
think
see what
like,
you're saying.
And send them to Jeff.
No, just you got
bad.
look, we live in a world where we live in a litigious world. Sure. So you just
And make that known.
Right.
You're not saying do it privately.
Oh, no.
Yeah, right.
No, no.
I thought the purposes of
Every-
like chat content or
yeah, just whatever it is.
Here's what
like,
here's-
someone come in and be like, do you know what the teacher said?
I mean,
tonight?"
listen,
you never know.
Yeah, forgetting, beyond that, even like there's definitely the like, hey, one of the students called the other students.
Exactly.
Or, like whatever it
Here's
is.
what'll make it a little less creepy. They're all recording it already.
And they're actually
streaming
They're already streaming
It's all on YouTube.
I kind of I think I would make a new Steam account and make that the club.
Yes.
I think the club
Right.
idea is
Yeah.
great.
Yep.
And be like, hey, if you want, you can use your personal Steam account to friend my school sanctioned Steam account. I'm not including my personal one at all.
Yep.
And yes, you need permission because it's a middle school. You're a minor, obviously.
Yep.
Join this club. We will only play age-appropriate games. In the permission slip, probably even add something that is like, hey, there might be content,
Totally.
Like, just look at the EULA or like the online agreement that they send out when you go on like Metal Gear Solid 5 or whatever. And it's like, hey, things might change online if we ever do this, and it's an active environment. But I like that idea of the club thing if that exists.
And I realize that all of this does rob all of this of some of its spontaneity
Yeah, it
and
ain't
some of its
cool.
potential fun, but like at the same time, in the era we live in, I think doing everything as above board and by the books as you can in these kinds of situations will allow you to do this and have it not be a problem.
Think about one of these nightmare situations, which would probably even be benign by the level of nightmare situations that could happen. Somebody is like, you didn't friend me, you scored my Tesla. Right? Like, you friended Bill, and you played, that's why he got special treatment, because you played Destiny with him. He probably gave you some rupees, whatever you do in Destiny. But like, you gave
Taylor Swift.
You didn't,
Oh, Prodigy.
you guys probably hang out, listen to Prodigy, and drink High C together. But right, like, you can have a situation like that which very quickly gets
Yep, that just gets you
super sticky.
totally. So.
Okay. That's
But get them involved. If you make it a club, you can get them involved in like the direction. You can have like
Make a
directions
game.
for exactly. You can actually do cool
can have
shit
discussions around
besides
stuff,
just
yeah.
playing Destiny or whatever.
Maybe they can get like credit or something. I don't know how school works there anymore.
Yeah, I know. Apparently they're teaching robotics to 7th graders, which like, what the fuck? I don't know, man.
Okay, let's move into some quickies here.
All right.
Not a lot this week because we have a voluminous, is that a word? Voluminous?
Voluminous.
Correction section.
Oh boy.
Alright, here's a quick one. Alex, you want to take this from Talal?
Yeah, from Talal. He says, hey, or sorry, is that he or she?
Oh, yeah? Oh, has this question been
I
asked?
think this question made.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I want to hear the answer.
Go ahead. I can tell you your
Alex,
answer.
hit it.
Talal says, hello, Beastcasters, Scene-Editors, wrestling fans, and guests, if any.
Hi, Austin.
How did they know?
They just knew in their heart.
2-1 didn't read. Saw Metal Gear Scanlan. Dan calls Big Boss a cool dude a lot. What's his criteria for cool?
I have to correct myself. I didn't hear you answer cool dudes. I heard regular dudes or,
okay.
or regular guys.
A cool dude, if I'm using it in the context of like a Big Boss or a Colonel John Matrix or
No, just cool dude.
Just a cool dude, just in general. When I say that term, I'm probably referring to someone who's pretty tough,
What does that mean?
Oh, look at this guy. He's a cool dude.
Doesn't he just grits his teeth. He does his job. He doesn't whine about stuff. He's got grit. If fate deals him a cruel hand, he faces it head on.
But is there
doesn't whine about it?
Is there a style associated with that? Like, is there a certain stylish or just kind of attitude that goes with that?
I'm usually talking about video game and movie heroes, and I'm talking about like just like military type dudes
Well,
that kill bad guys.
When I think of John Matrix,
He's a cool dude.
I don't just.
He's a cool dude.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I'm not denying.
Are you saying John Matrix isn't a cool dude?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, when I think of John Matrix, I don't just think of his capability of smoking people, because I mean he's very good at that.
Super smoky.
But I also think about the things that he says afterward, like remember when I said I would kill you last?
Right.
I lied.
Yes,
I think of the quips. I think of the attitude that goes, the Schwarzenegger swagger.
Maybe that is why Colonel John Matrix is a cooler dude than Dutch from Predator, is because Dutch has a really good stick around. But other than that, he's just
hey, stick around.
Okay,
yeah, it has to be done right.
Yes. But other than that, I mean, Dutch can kill the shit out of an alien, or make him kill himself, or however you want to put it. He faced it. Okay. Now that I think about it, he's a really cool dude.
Dutch is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, he went to actually shit.
Like, he's no Jesse the Body, but he's up there.
So now I'm trying to figure out if Dutch or Matrix is cooler.
What's an edge case for like almost a cool dude but not?
Is Rambo a cool dude?
Okay.
But it's
Rambo's not. Rambo's tortured.
Yeah,
Man.
it's an attitude thing though. Like Jack Burton is a dork, but he's also a cool dude. Like he thinks he's about to go into battle, and
Bad dorks can also be cool.
Yeah, totally.
It's
Like he shoots the ceiling and a rock falls on his head, and he's actually not the one doing anything cool in the movie, but he's got that swagger. He says cool things.
Is this a thing where it's like it's not? There's no necessary thing, but there's a bunch of different things.
I don't have a checklist written down. It's like the what would the judge saw pornography. It's like I can't tell you a list, but I know when I see it. It's that with cool dudes. So you can name a bunch of names, I'll tell you.
Who's a cooler dude?
Okay.
Rambo?
John
Rambo or Colonel Campbell?
John Rambo. Well, I mean, I don't know enough about Campbell's time in the field and how he handled things back then. But also,
Campbell seems a little by the book, kind of straight-laced.
He's a starched suit,
Yeah.
Rambo, cool dude, wouldn't be cool to be Rambo.
No.
John Rambo?
Rambo had it hard.
John Rambo or Cobra Cabretti?
Cobra Cabretti.
Cobra Cabretti.
First off, it's Marion Cabretti. His code name is Cobra. He's not Cobra Cabretti.
I don't know him that well.
That sounds like the real name of like the third generation Cobra Commander. Like that's not. No.
Mr. Cabretti who lives down the street.
Teacher shop.
Like that was the Baroness's dad.
Cabretti, Mr. Cabretti.
Cobra cuts his pizza with scissors.
Yeah,
that is a real
very
cool
true
dude thing to do.
Is it?
Yeah, fucking yeah.
It is.
Oh man.
He doesn't have time for fancy shit. Like he's not buying fancy chef knives. He's like fucking scissors, dude.
No, he spent all that money on laser sights for revolvers.
Also cool.
Or so Cabretti, who's pretty cool. Is Judge Dredd cool?
Yes.
Or Judge Dredd?
No, so here's
if we're talking about the one on the poster in this room, that's the one
that's the remake.
That's
cool.
the good Dredd.
The Stallone Judge Dredd is not that cool.
No.
So who's cooler?
I mean, it's the Carl Urban.
Nobody is cool fighting Armand Asante. That's just that it's impossible to be cool.
And next to Rob Schneider.
Yeah, it's just not. It doesn't work.
Yeah, no, new Dredd.
Is RoboCop a cool dude?
He's like the torture. I don't know.
Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
Here's the thing: I've seen RoboCop once, and I don't remember much of that.
Is a guy who rescues a cat out of a tree a cool dude?
Yeah, well, not in the same way. He's a good. He's a good guy. There's a good guy. There's good guys, and there's cool dudes.
Cool dudes can save cats from things.
Cool dudes
and then
can
be good guys.
It's like an attitude.
It's not one or the other. It's not like picking a class at the beginning.
Okay, here's what it is. All cool dudes are good guys, but not all good guys are cool dudes.
I don't think it goes. I don't think it goes
There's
both
some
ways.
villains who are cool dudes who are not good.
See, I don't think they're that cool.
I don't know if I would call Solid Snake a good guy, but he's a cool dude.
Yeah, I don't think he's a good guy.
No,
he's kind of like shitty to everyone.
Yeah, like he doesn't. He's cool. He enjoys all of it.
Yeah, and he like is just like kind of abusive and shitty to everyone in his life.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't actually think Solid Snake's that cool.
I think Sonny was like making him eggs, and he was just like,
he can be a dick. He can be a
child,
but he's
whoa.
But he's also like, fist fighting this old man on top of a
Right.
battleship and injecting him with box
But that's just doing cool things. That doesn't actually make you a cool dude.
Ooh, that's
Wait, can you do cool things without being?
Yeah, lots of people happen into cool situations.
I guess villains can do really cool things. Lots of villains do like, whoa, he's a badass.
But they're not
he
cool
killed
people.
like a kitten or something. That's not cool.
What if you save the cat from the tree and it's clawing your face and you don't say anything, and then you hand it back to the little kid and you're just bleeding and you're like, be careful next time. Are you a cooler dude then?
Because you put up with the scratches?
Yeah.
Hero.
I mean, that's just
I don't think that has anything to do with
It
anything.
does, it does. Because here's the thing that we get the word cool from is that you remain calm, collected, even under fire, even in hot situations. You're a cool customer.
So the puns play into that too? Because like, oh, hey, this is a high pressure situation, but I'm being funny. That's the
Because,
idea.
if you've ever been in a high pressure situation, the last thing on your mind is like being clever. That's really hard to do.
When I'm in a high pressure situation, I go into the fetal position and lay down until it all goes away. I am not a cool dude.
Who's a cooler dude?
Yeah.
The hero from Last Action Hero or the bad guy with the eye shit?
Oh, he's my favorite.
He's pretty cool.
Charles Dance in Last Action Hero, he is pretty
He
cool.
is
I think,
awesome.
but again, that's kind of Schwarzenegger playing like a dope. Like he's this action hero.
That's
like,
a good guy.
Which I need to beat this drum right now. Everyone watch Last Action
So
Hero
good.
in 2016. Watch it.
So good.
It is so much better than it was back then.
Yeah, it's a movie that definitely benefits from like being able to look back on it and see what an artifact of its time and like almost how weirdly ahead of its time it was
Yeah,
in
that's
some
the
ways.
thing. Because it came out in peak Schwarzenegger
Yeah.
years. They're coming out like T2 and shit.
Right, but
And
they-
everyone's expecting like, oh, here's the next big, awesome, serious Schwarzenegger action movie.
It's super
but it was
not
so
that.
self-aware and funny
Yeah, it's
that
very
now when you watch it, it's like, wait, this is like young Schwarzenegger making fun of young Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
It's so fucking good.
Cooler dude.
I brought 4 Blu-rays with me for the month. One of them was Last
There
Action
are
Hero.
cool dudes with each Blu-ray.
It's got the Raid 2, Last Action
That's
Hero,
cool.
Face Off, and
You lost one.
That's
and
his name.
Interstellar.
His
What's wrong
name's
with Face Off?
Benedict. Benedict.
What's wrong with Face Off?
Right?
Face Off? Are they cool dudes? They're too far.
Face Off?
They're frozen.
Those dudes aren't cool.
No, they're not really.
They're
cool.
the edge case. That's it. That's the
That's
edge.
the edge. They crossed it.
They crossed the line.
Yeah, because Castor Troy is not a cool dude. He's a sociopath.
He's crazy.
Sean Archer maybe used to be a cool dude, but he's kind of settled into this. Like, I got kids and I'm suburban.
No, yeah, he's a mess.
Okay, here's a great question. Alex,
Yeah.
has what's his face ever been a cool dude? Has
Nick Cage?
Nick Cage ever been a? Because he loses his shit constantly.
Yeah. And in The Rock, he's not a cool dude. We've discussed this. He's a dope.
He's
Okay.
No,
the
Rock,
answer-
he kind of.
He's
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. in The Rock.
He's not cool in that movie. He's a fucking.
I mean, he
good-
launches a rock into a guy's chest.
Yeah,
and
he's
then
a
you're not
good
in
guy.
it.
But,
He's a good
but
guy.
also his quips are terrible, and that's the point. Is
I
that he's
know.
a total dork.
But he's trying to be a cool dude. That's a guy trying to be a cool
No,
dude. Stanley
no.
Goodspeed wants to be a
The
cool
cool
dude.
dude in that movie is Sean Connery.
Oh, for sure.
Are you fucking kidding? Of course.
Yeah.
You must never hesitate.
So I do believe that Nicolas Cage has played a cool dude in some various contexts.
Wild at Heart?
Wild at Heart is one. And
Leaving Las Vegas.
he's extremely over the top in Wild at Heart, but it's amazing performance.
Raising Arizona?
No, he's not. He's
He's a
a
doofy.
he's out of his mind. in That
Dude,
movie.
got range.
This is a weird one, but I'm gonna say Lords of War is a movie. He's a very cool customer dealing with some really weird shit in that movie, and it's like the portrayal is not super over the top. Like I think that's, granted he's a criminal.
He's not an action hero.
No, he's
a
not.
peddler.
But like the way he deals with those situations, I think puts him into that category.
Yeah.
Sorcerer's Apprentice. He's pretty.
He's a shitty wizard in that movie. I don't like it. That said, the National Treasure films,
Yes.
which I do
Is
not
he a
like
cool
as
dude?
much as some people seem to think I should. Those movies are pretty terrible.
Alex and I see them.
But
The first-
he is.
He's kind of. He's not a cool dude, but he's.
But he's like.
Yeah, I guess he knows everything about.
He says
history.
things like we're going to kidnap the president of the United States,
Yeah.
and is able to sell that line in a way that actually feels like a thing.
And
you-
like, he means it, like he pulls it off. He doesn't like, his pants don't fall down. He falls on like the Oval Office floor. Like he does it.
Yeah,
He does it. You gotta follow
He
the
steals
rules.
the Declaration of Independence.
Oh,
He
okay.
says he's going to do it.
Yeah.
So he succeeds. Okay,
Yes.
so that qualifies.
I think that qualifies.
that
He
qualifies.
does.
So Jared Boyd's cooler.
What about Gone in 60 Seconds?
He's kind of cool.
I hate Gone in 60
It's a bad
Seconds,
movie.
but he is a cool dude in
Yeah,
that
it's
movie.
kind of cool.
Bad movie, but yeah, he might be a cool
Yeah.
dude.
All right, cooler dude. The professional or the little girl from the professional?
been too long. I want to say Gary Oldman, but it's been a long time.
Gary Oldman is the opposite of cool in that movie. He is a fiery disaster.
But isn't he being like awesome, like as an actor and a character? Isn't Gary Oldman awesome in that? I guess that's different than Cool Dude.
Cool Dude. Corbin Dallas.
Corbin Dallas. Cool Dude.
Fifth Element. Bruce Willis.
Cool Dude. That's on my short list of what to watch. I don't remember my
No, Lulu Dallas is way better.
Oh no, she's the badass.
She's a cooler dude.
Yeah.
I thought part of the cool, like she's not calm and collected.
Oh, she is.
No, she is.
She never loses her.
At the very end, she kind of does. But I mean, to be fair, she just learned about war for the first time. That's kind of a fucked up thing to learn about.
It's not her fault. She downloaded all of human knowledge in 4 seconds.
Well, Corbin loses his stuff way more.
All right.
Yeah, no, I think Lulu is way cooler than Corbin.
All right.
Yeah.
Agree to disagree.
We'll never know.
We'll never know the truth of that.
Yeah, do you think they do cool dude movies anymore?
I don't really.
You know the girl from
Stranger Things?
No.
Oh well.
She's
pretty fucking cool.
Dude.
The girl from the vampire werewolf movies. Yeah, she's pretty cool.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, she keeps her shit together.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a second there, that's where I thought you were going, and that was not a conversation I was ready to have.
Remember that movie Ultraviolet? That was Scarlett Johansson? Or was that Anna Flux?
No,
Charlize Theron was Ultraviolet, right?
No, Charlize Theron was Anna Flux.
Ultraviolet, I believe, was Mila Jovovich.
So they've all been like future murder ladies.
Yeah, various points.
Deus Ex, that was
That's not a movie.
No, Deus Ex Machina? That was
No, you're talking about Ex Machina.
Oh, Ex Machina. Yeah. That's what a robot.
There are no
lady.
cool dudes in that movie.
There's nothing cool about that, if anyone in that movie.
But it's a good movie.
I love the movie, but there's no one cool in it.
Yeah.
I think I have to go with the 3 coolest dudes just off the top of my head. John Mason from The Rock, Solid Snake, and Colonel John Matrix. Those are my 3 coolest dudes.
I'll take it.
And John Matrix is Commando?
Yes.
Dutch is Predator?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can also talk about Snake Plissken. He's pretty cool, but...
He's goofier.
Yeah. But yeah, that's my holy trinity. That's John Mason, Solid Snake, Colonel Matrix.
How about Sylvester Stallone?
What about Captain Ron?
Oh, the coolest. Yeah. If we're talking like Jimmy Buffett cool.
I
Yeah.
love the one FBI guy in The Rock, the way he talks about John Mason. He's like, you let him out in San Francisco.
Oh, God. Oh, my, you piece of shit.
We've been after this guy for 43 years and you gave him a bobby pin.
There was a solid 10 years where any time I wanted to express displeasure at someone, I would turn to them and I would say, Womack, you piece of shit.
Alright, let's move on to the...
You're trying to give him a haircut.
I need to watch that movie again.
It's so good. It's still one of the 5 best action movies of all time.
When you die at the speed of light. What does he say?
I don't know.
Did you guys ever do a film in 40s for The Rock?
No, because I think Drew and I have just both seen it 8,000 times.
That's not enough. Never enough.
I saw it like once. I should really do
Seriously watch it again.
It's a movie I will put on anytime it's on television.
Real quick, there's a difference between something like The Rock and Commando. Commando is kind of like stupid, kind of bad, campy action movie good. The Rock is like legit good movie good.
Yeah,
it hasn't aged poorly. The effects are good. The performances are amazing.
Yeah, no, Commando, you can see the dudes launching off the platforms every time he throws a grenade. Like, there's mannequins you watch them stand there as, like, houses explode.
The Rock is exceptional.
Yeah.
They don't make him like that.
No.
Commando stars Arnold Schwarzenegger and Ray Don Chong. Like, Commando is a mess. I love Commando, but Commando is a mess.
They also do not make them like that.
No, they do not.
Okay, next question. Jeff, why don't you read this from Ethan here?
Oh, why do you want me to read this?
Because it's a question for you.
It's been far too long since Jeff was teased about the release of obscure PC peripherals, but I just stumbled on a CNET video of... Thanks for watching. Of Jeff riding a piece of carry-on luggage called a moto bag, and he evidently loved it. If you don't want to open the Russian virus
There's a
attack,
picture of you riding this thing.
Jeff has a big wet mark right below his butt. Because it was 98
is that
degrees.
why?
Yeah. Do you have any idea how fucking hot it is in New York right now? My God, it's unpleasant.
This is an older video.
You picked, by the way, the absolute worst month that comes in New York.
Still better than Sam's.
Yeah, can I just say before we get this, fuck this summer.
Yeah, it's bad
fuck
summer.
this summer. This summer sucks. Maybe Jeff can shed some light on the most useless thing he's ever seen at the CNET office.
Thank
the
you.
Beastcast is great.
Thank you.
Yeah, so...
What's the most useless piece of tech you have been presented as a CNET staff?
Because you must have seen, you've been doing this a while. 10 years?
Almost. So the best sort of shit is the stuff that gets sent to us unsolicited that claims to do some sort of magical thing to something that already works perfectly fine.
Example.
Like things that stand in between your cable box and your TV that are supposed to like sweeten the video.
Okay.
Where like, oh, just put this between your HDMI cables and you'll get more high fidelity HD.
Sure, my internet.
This is like Buck Swope trying to sell me a stereo system. Like it's the highest quality fidelity.
Exactly.
Like really?
It's like fucking crazy.
So do you get that stuff in and actually write?
No, we throw it directly in the garbage. No, it's just completely ridiculous. And like once, actually more recently, someone was like, you need to follow up with us because there's only 2 of those, and you have the only prototype, and you gotta get it back to us.
Wait a minute, they sent you the only prototype?
So I'm like, I'm just like, this is in the most polite way I can, muster.
Hopefully they don't listen to this show.
Yeah. I'm like, this is not a thing that anybody would ever want, nor does it do anything you claim it to do. So I'm happy to send it back if you give me a return address, a return label, because we'll overnight it to you, sir. But yeah, it's a lot of that sort of junk. Here's another one. This was a device where I guess this could be useful for someone. It was another HDMI box that would sit in between a connection, would like give you a headphone jack.
Okay.
Out of that,
Hey.
which I guess is like, but the size of it was so enormous. Like all it did was that one function where it would take just the audio from whatever you were listening to.
HDMI though.
Right. It would take the audio, it would siphon out the audio from
I could use
HDMI
one.
and just give you a headphone out. And they were like, we're starting it at $199.99.
What?
And it had its own, it was a huge brick, and it had a brick's power supply as well.
What year
so
was
just,
this?
2011.
Yeah, okay.
You know, a lot of weird knockoff, janky kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But that bag, that
Dark corner at CES.
Totally.
I
on the
watched you
first
ride this
floor.
bag.
Okay, so
It looks
it was fun
like
to
you can't
ride.
pack a lot in it.
You can't pack anything in it, and it screwed my back up.
Oh, riding it?
Yeah, like the next day I woke up and I was really bent out of shape. It was this crazy piece of luggage that had a motor in it.
I've seen a GIF of this. And
Yeah.
you did
I've seen you right.
Because it was fun, man. It was like, oh, cool, my luggage is a go-kart. Like, that's kind of rad.
This is the closest I will ever get to driving a clown car, so here you go.
Like, sweet, and like, and the dude's like, can't you imagine yourself in the airport riding this? And I was like, no, I can't. But it's fun.
And the
riding
fact
on
that you
street.
can imagine this disturbs me deeply.
But this will hit, like, the boosted board sort of crowd. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they're gonna sell a lot of
Well, it'll make it into like a comedy, like one of those like mall comedies where somebody will be like running away.
That is the most Sky Mall ass thing.
Oh my god, that's ever Skymalled ever before. But yeah, it's
I wanted to see you on an open road, like New York Street.
Oh my god.
like-
Well, like, and the thing moves too.
It's
Like,
not
it's going
slow.
like 9 miles an
Yeah.
hour. Like, that's not slow.
All right, then I think that's going to do it for our emails. Thanks everybody for writing in. Now, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, Austin has had to step out for a second, so he's not just sitting there dumbfounded at this.
Yes. No, I can understand if he was.
Let's move into correction. If you've got a correction, send them into beastcast@giantbomb.com. That is beastcast@giantbomb.com. Corrections, stories, tips, tricks, strategy guides, whatever you got, recipes. We're here. We're ready to believe you. Okay, here's the first correction I'll read from Adam. Adam says, Jeff is not crazy.
Well, that's just wrong.
Thanks, Adam. Jeff is not. It doesn't matter what you heard. Jeff is not crazy. There was an Indigo Prophecy /Fahrenheit demo that featured an intro by Digital David Cage.
Yeah, I told you, man.
And he sends a link. There's
I got
great-
that link too as well.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Also, during a discussion of Clue, Vinny mentioned in passing that the singing telegram lady was someone of note. This tiny role was played by Jane Wheatland.
That's right, Jane Wheatland.
Of the Go-Go.
Great.
Which is
he's a true.
great. Again, if you haven't watched Clue, go watch
Yeah,
Clue.
do it up.
It's a fine film.
Thanks, Adam.
I would assume that overlap with the Go-Go's like main relevance in pop culture too, right?
Well, I mean, they were the early '80s were definitely their high point, and Clue came mid '80s.
Okay.
So, but she was famous. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, like Buster Poindexter could have played Mr. Body. I feel like we would have had that same sort
Exactly. It would, but like that's the thing though, is that like Lee Ving from Fear was really not that famous if you weren't in like the LA punk scene.
For
So
sure.
like it was a bizarre casting.
It's so it's so
yeah.
perfect.
Okay. Next up, let's do. Yeah, sometimes I forget to put the names on these things. It bums me out. So sorry. Let's say anonymous but awesome fan. Actually, we're gonna skip that one because I wanted Austin to be here for this.
All right.
Enjoy it. So let's move on to the next one.
This one comes from Eric.
Yeah, you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. So Eric here from New York says, "Hey, Beast Dudes, I wanted to clarify some stuff regarding the magic that is the garbage plate. It originates from Nick Tahoe, that's like Tahoe, there's a restaurant here in New York, Rochester, New York. The plate is generally built as follows: a bed of fries, baked beans, mac salad, that's macaroni, with a white hot and uncured smoked hot dog, and a cheeseburger on it, all topped with mustard, onions, and Dove sauce. That's a hot sauce with ground beef. The garbage plate became so popular that there are dozens of knockoffs around the area, all very good, and all far too much food for one person to not regret eating later on."
You gotta share that.
That's amazing.
That's a shareable. Also, Vinny, Rochester is in western New York.
Oh, what?
Screw that upstate thing you downstaters do to refer to the rest of the state, lumping us over here with the west, in the west with those in Watertown and Potsdam goofs up north. It's just downright insulting.
That's just shots fired.
I don't even think they have indoor toilets at Shots Fired. Yeah, I actually know someone who's from Watertown, which is like up in like the Thousand Islands area, and it's fucking tundra up there. Like you might as well be in like Newfoundland. So I understand what they're saying here. It is different.
I don't distinguish between Western New York and Upstate New York, but I guess I should. Yes, sorry, we just had to take a quick break and let Austin back in the room.
Yep.
You're back.
Keys to this place.
Yeah, I know.
Austin, have you ever heard of the garbage plate from Rochester, New York?
It's like a plate of food?
Yeah.
There's like just a bunch of shit on it?
Yeah, basically.
What is it? What's on it?
Oh, a bunch of stuff.
Fries, beans, hot dogs, hamburgers. Too much.
I can't.
That's why it's called the garbage plate.
Garbage. And do you refer to what do you consider Rochester?
Yeah.
Do you consider do you distinguish Western
I
New York?
have never
from
in my
Upstate New York?
life said Western New York.
But here's the thing, I think
could do that.
when you're in New York City, everything's upstate.
Yeah, exactly.
New York
Anything
City.
north of Yonkers.
So admittedly, our perspective is a little bit skewed in that regard, but yes, there's a difference between living in Binghamton and living in Buffalo.
Sure.
I get it.
I will read this other garbage plate thing real quick from Josh. Joshua says the plate itself is a combination of two selections of cheeseburger, hamburger, red or white hots, Italian sausage, chicken tenders, fried fish, fried ham, grilled cheese, or eggs.
I think they're like red or white. Let's not go crazy.
Hey, let's not go crazy.
Yeah.
Two sides of either home fries, French fries, beans, or macaroni salad. Lastly, topped with mustard, onions, special hot sauce, which we eat dog sauce, and gravy.
What is macaroni salad? Can you describe that for me?
Mayonnaise and pasta. It's
It's like other stuff in there, but yeah.
It's like coleslaw, but with no, that's not fair. It's like potato salad with macaroni.
Yeah, I've never had non-cheese macaroni.
Okay. Have you ever had potato salad?
No.
Have you ever had coleslaw? Coleslaw's not really that.
Coleslaw's the closest relative.
A little bit on the fork once.
Okay.
Don't worry.
What do you think?
You should definitely try potato salad. You should try.
I never had a baked potato, and I heard those are great.
Oh, buddy.
You should go get a knish.
What's that?
A knish.
Is it a potato thing?
A knish is like if
Maybe you should start with the baked potato.
If you had to make a bomb out of a food, if you had to make a brick out of a food, you would make a knish, and you throw it through a window.
Does it have cheese on it?
Yeah, so it's like sometimes you put cheese in knishes.
Yeah, that's not like
It's not the same.
What you do?
It's minced potato. It's like mashed potatoes stuffed into a brick and then fried.
Yeah. You would like it.
It's
That sounds
pretty
That
solid.
sounds really good.
Yeah, we'll get you to the initial.
But you should also have a baked potato.
I've heard that's good. I would try that. I like potatoes. I love potatoes.
Wait, you've never had a big?
No.
I get baked potato. You can put anything on.
Yeah. How does
sour cream, bacon,
I
cheese?
think that's what always kept me from the baked potato thing is that I didn't try sour cream until like this
Yeah,
year.
but listen, yeah, you could do a baked potato with butter and salt and have a great night.
Hey, those are like three of my favorite things right there.
What do I do now with my baked
What do you
potato?
do? Tell
A
me
little
about
bit
it.
of mayonnaise in there.
Now you're losing.
Mayonnaise
Wait,
and cheese.
well, you know what? That's potato salad. So
Yeah,
like, I guess
that's
you just
true.
kind of made it. Don't put your baked potato in the microwave.
You can do that.
If you poke holes in it.
Yeah.
Just don't do it.
It will.
How do you wait? You just put it in the oven?
Put it in the oven. Poke holes and put it in the oven.
It takes about an hour.
You know how they call it a baked potato?
Yeah.
You know how you bake things?
That's most. It's oven. Oven equals baked.
But put it to like 400 degrees.
Just be careful. Like those things can actually explode pretty.
Oh, wow.
No.
Okay.
A lot of moisture in this. Okay. Austin, do you have on your list here? I thought you might enjoy this one. If you roll back up the correction, we're in the correction section.
Yeah.
Under Adam's correction.
Under Adams.
It says,
Yeah.
hello G-Spin.
Oh, yeah.
GB
Yeah, I almost said this. I watched this. Okay.
Oh, here you go. Why's your name for us?
All right. Hello, G Beastman and Dan. Thanks. You know I was here. That's fun. At around the 114 mark of the No Man's Sky quick look, Vinny refers to Jesus' birth from the Virgin Mary as being the Immaculate Conception. I immediately cringed when you said that. The old altar boy in me. This is actually a popular misconception. Pun. That's them. And the Immaculate Conception actually refers to Mary herself being born without being affected by original sin. That is completely the case.
This comes in from Tyler. Yeah, this
I
is
went to
actually
Catholic
Immaculate
school for
Conception.
years. I've been to mass hundreds of times, and I could have sworn that how they taught to us in school was that the Immaculate Conception was that she didn't have sex
No,
with Joseph, but a baby happened.
That is not the Immaculate Conception. She's immaculate. She was born immaculately without original sin.
So was she kind of like? Did she have some kind of like magic about her that she was born?
She was like destined to be.
Okay, so she was like the chosen one who
Yes.
gave birth to another chosen.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is like part of why Catholicism
Who's
is
her
so.
mom?
There's someone. What? She has a name. I forget what her name is.
Yeah,
It's
she has
fat.
a name.
I want to say Edna. That's super wrong. It's not Edna.
Magdalena? Is it Magdalena?
No, Magdalena's somebody else.
See, you can be shockingly, after only going to Sunday school for like 3 times, and saying I don't want to do this anymore, I didn't actually learn much about it.
But like
Saint Anne.
Saint Anne, right? Of course. But that's part of why like Catholicism is like so into Mary is like that specific thing of like, oh, she doesn't have original sin. She was like
She never did a single bad
And
thing.
then also a thing with Catholicism is in the Catholic belief, she ascended into heaven like her body. Her whole body. Right. Because like when Jesus in Catholicism, when Jesus ascends,
Yeah,
that's just
Easter
his, like,
Sunday.
that's no after Easter Sunday.
That's
he comes
the
back.
soul
He does
Oh, the resurrection, he comes out of the rock, he moves the rock.
Then he like, goes up. That's just his spirit form.
But did they see, in the canon? Did people see his spirit? Like, did they see an outline of a dude?
None of us were there, so I think it's hard to really
But,
say.
But in Catholicism, one of the other big things is like her whole body is like whoop,
Yeah.
goes up there.
How did she die?
So her remains aren't around.
So wait, she just like after the crucifixion was thrown out there too.
I thought Jesus' body wasn't around either. Because wouldn't it be a relic? Wouldn't people have it?
Do people have like
there's never been a movie. There's never been an Indiana Jones movie where they have to find the body of
Jesus'
Jesus.
head.
Like I don't know. That's the only.
You should watch
thing.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Okay.
That's
That is the greatest segue.
That's
probably.
I really didn't expect you to say that.
That's a yeah. So thanks, Tyler. That was actually really interesting. I'm sure a lot of other people. It seems to be.
Even if it's not what you believe, like that's an interesting element.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's skip this horrifying correction about the bends and.
Yeah, thanks Logan for that one.
Thanks,
It's giving me
Logan.
nightmares forever.
It's about how pressure differentials can affect
No, just stop.
cavities. You know where it'll go from there.
All right.
Fuck that.
We're in the home stretch. This is where things get science.
Oh,
This
favorite
is
time.
bad for me.
This is the science section. Now we have had a lot of, I think, very interesting discussions about science recently, both on this podcast and in the surrounding materials.
Yes.
I'll go through the quick stuff first.
Okay.
Terminal velocity, which I think this is kind of general knowledge. Alex, I think you were just kind of goofing off. Terminal velocity does not mean you're dead and falling, or that you die and you're falling. It is the point at which the gravity and air resistance
Right, if you-
equal out.
Yeah, no, I wasn't goofing. I actually didn't know that. And I decided to assert that I knew that even though I didn't know that. So, hey, good on you calling me out.
I actually did know that from skydiving all those
There you
times
go.
because they teach you about terminal velocity.
9.8 meters or something?
I don't remember.
As far as I know, Terminal Velocity is a Charlie Sheen movie. So, there you go.
Yep.
He is not sterile outside of the body because it picks up a lot of bacteria and crap on its way through the urethra, and
So I need to go see a doctor then.
You need to leave right now.
I got some problems.
So if you put a syringe in your bladder and pull it out, it'll be fine.
It'll be
then,
fine.
right? Okay.
I get. What was the syringe clean?
Yeah. Sterilize
I
it.
mean, air quotes are
Fine is a very fine is a very relative term there.
If you need to survive.
I mean, if you're drinking pee, you got other dire issues.
Where'd this pee come from? Is it straight from the bladder or what?
Organic.
Is this farm to table?
It's bladder to table.
mouth.
All right, let's move on.
All right, we're getting Dan, why don't you take this first one underneath where it says Vinny claims.
Vinny claims.
First one under the science section.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, past that. All right. Vinny claims. Wait, under it or the whole paragraph there? Okay. Vinny claims that all that differentiates types of wave is the wavelength. This is false. Waves can be categorized by a more fundamental distinction, whether they're longitudinal or transverse. In longitudinal waves, the oscillation is happening in the same direction as the movement of a wave. Imagine compression waves moving down the length of a slinky spring. In a transverse wave, the oscillation is happening perpendicular to the movement of the wave. Imagine the peaks and troughs that form ripples moving through water. James.
Thanks, James. I tried to pick these, so we got a lot of corrections in there. I tried to pick the ones that got the most succinct. Quick
to the
point. That's awesome. That's good to know. Thanks, James. Austin, I want you to take this next one here. Hi, guys, from Alex.
Hey guys, love the show. However, I am writing following No Man's Sky quickly to let Dan know that chickens and all birds are not mammals.
I
They are,
did know that.
in fact, reptiles, as Vinny stated.
No, they're fucking not.
They were originally thought,
Chickens aren't reptiles.
They were originally
Dan.
thought to be a separate clade, but are now known to be part of the class Reptilia. To be specific, they belong to the group Dinosauria, so they are dinosaurs. Additionally, some further points on that quickly. Dan states that reptiles and amphibians are so similar they could count as one group. In reality, how you doing? This is so funny when you
Yeah. When you phrase it like that.
In reality, reptiles are more closely related to mammals than amphibians. Yes, snakes are vertebrates and reptiles. And the idea of animal classes that Vinny was talking about is fairly out of date. For instance, we now know that there is not one fish group, but they form two separate groups, lobe-finned fish and ray-finned fish, with the latter being more closely related to terrestrial vertebrates. Keep up the good work, Alex.
Okay. In reality, reptiles are more closely related to mammals than amphibians. Yes. You look at a crocodile. That's a reptile, right? Does a reptile? Does a crocodile look more like you, Vinny?
Just because
or does it look more like a snake?
Just because it looks more like something doesn't mean it actually has the same DNA.
This is like, if you're gonna do a fucking sequencing, double helix thing.
Oh, you
I'm
mean
sure that
science?
The letters and everything correlate more.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, look at the crocodile. It looks more like a snake than it looks like a man.
That's not how things work.
I mean, that's
Here it is.
No, but Dan, that's the thing. We've actually advanced past that point where that thing looks like that thing is where science begins and ends. We've actually gotten beyond that.
There's a book by Michel Foucault, seriously, called The Order of Things, that tracks that change, and it brings it out from not just science, but society changed when science we stopped categorizing things based on visual appearance and started categorizing it based on function.
But it's so much easier if you go by visual.
Totally, but it turns out that
a chicken doesn't look like a dinosaur, so don't put it in the same category.
The thing is that you're in some way I want to defend Dan here. Which is to say that system of categorization is just like an outdated one ideologically, not necessarily a one that is not useful for some other thing.
Sure.
For instance,
When you're painting your house,
right?
Great.
No, but seriously, if you're an artist, it makes sense to think about animals in terms of visual quality. Dan, you're like an artist in many ways.
I hear that a lot.
To me.
Just seeing it through an artist's
But if you're a
lens.
scientist who is trying to understand the way that ecosystems work
And
the
evolution
relationship-
and that kind of stuff.
I'm kind of need to know what's pumping in.
I want to clarify. I don't doubt this. I know that the real deal, this is coming from people that know more about this than me. I'm just saying, for my dumb brain, it's like I hear reptiles are close to mammals. No, they're fucking not. They're more like
Okay, but
amphibians.
so here's
they're the water.
But Dan, here's how you fix that. Here's what you do. Instead of saying, well, no, that's not fucking right. What you say is, well, that doesn't seem right, but okay.
That's weird.
My instinct is to yell the wrong thing.
I know it is, Dan.
I know.
And I want to disabuse you of that.
But I'm with Austin. I think these are great questions, Dan, and I think it really opens up awesome avenues of discussion. the part where at the end of this, where the classification system that I was taught in school is now outdated and different because the science has changed. And like that's not something I would go back and like I'm not reading journals and like I'm not keeping up with taxonomy.
Textbooks even.
Yeah,
Right.
and it's like so when I go and I classify things and there are only 5 kingdoms or whatever it is,
right?
It's like and no, actually we've subdivided or like that stuff changes, and like that's an important thing. And I don't think it's. I think if you took a high schooler now and me, like my knowledge base is just different. I haven't kept up, so like I don't think there's fun to be had there, but I also think it's cool to like revisit this stuff. And I think you asked some questions that I find to be fascinating in terms of like Austin just said, a lot of history goes into the visual versus the scientific method, and like these things do make sense in those respects. So we'll get into more of this as we
Yeah, I imagine so.
Week by week.
Or this podcast. Alex.
Yes.
How do the tides work?
Well, our friend Daniel here says that Vinny got most of the way there, but there's a huge gap in Dan's information regarding massive objects that he wasn't sure that the moon had gravity.
Well, I do want to clarify there. I have no problem sounding dumb on public forums, but I did in that quick look. I realized that, like, oh yeah, of course they had to wear heavy suits and stuff on the moon, and there was gravity.
Just
They were
because
jumping
there's
and landing.
considerably less gravity doesn't mean there's no gravity.
Yes. Like I know the moon has gravity.
Okay.
I know I said that it didn't have gravity.
Jeff just shot me a fucking look. Jeff shot me a look.
You know what though? I get it. It's cool.
Okay, all right.
Anyway,
I'll defend myself then.
As Daniel goes on.
Jeff shot me a look like what you just said was like, of course I realized bananas are delicious. One, they're yellow. So, and he was like, what?
That's pretty good. Wait, so hang on. Let me ask a question. While we're talking about the moon. Okay, so Earth.
Okay, let's do it. Don't even read. Let's
Okay,
go.
let me think about this. Let me think before I talk for once. Okay. The Earth has gravity. Well, the Earth is like a whole complicated thing.
This is good because it's introducing the problem for the listeners at home who didn't watch the
okay.
Sky.
Okay. The Earth is a big, complicated thing. We've got stratospheres, and we've got an atmosphere and an ozone layer, and then we've got all these layers and tectonic plates, and then we've got a fucking core. We've got like volcano shit in the middle of the planet. Is the moon just a big ass rock? Because that's probably why, for a second, I doubted whether or not it had gravity. Because like maybe it was all the core stuff that was giving all the gravitational pull.
Yeah, so the moon does not have a molten core the way the Earth does.
If you dug straight to the moon, would it be like in Red Faction? Would it just be like, oh yeah, it's just that shit forever?
These are great.
Yeah, I actually don't know. My suspicion is that the mineral makeup of the moon changes as you move through it. That it's not the same.
But is it a certain mineral that causes gravity?
That's where that's the force. Where I
It's
wanna
force,
die.
Dan. It's force.
So any big ass round thing has gravity.
No. Any big ass thing. Anything.
Anything.
You have
a Super Bowl.
If you are in space by yourself,
Yes, you have.
I have my own gravity.
Atoms have gravity.
Yes.
Is that like centrifugal
This is
force
how
that
it
everything
happens.
like whirly dervish doesn't?
Hang on.
Okay.
I'm
No, we
gonna.
have an answer in front of us.
I'm gonna put my hand is down on the table.
Okay.
We're just gonna listen to what Daniel has to say to us.
Okay, Daniel.
Daniel says all mass has gravity, but it's an extremely weak force. So only hugely massive objects put a dent in the fabric of space-time enough to have detectable gravity. Vinny was pretty close to the answer. The gravity of the Earth and Moon affect each other. It's a two-way street, though the Moon's gravity is 1/6 that of the Earth's because it has 1/6 the mass.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
Okay. So it's tied to mass directly, the size, obviously.
Yes.
Okay. I'm really tiny compared to the Earth.
Yes.
So I gravitationally pull down to the Earth.
Yeah.
A fucking ant or a flea is so tiny compared to me, but if I if I held a flea in my fingers and let go of it, it wouldn't like Super Mario Galaxy its way onto my chest. It would go down to the ground. Oh, is that because the Earth is overcoming my? If I was floating in space and dropped a flea, would it suck to me?
It might need to be smaller than a flea, but I'm not. But yes, at a certain point.
Okay, like a grain of
this
sand
is how
or something.
planets and shit.
Okay. I think gravity is more complicated than even we're acknowledging here because we're also dealing with other forces like centrifugal force.
Right. So,
and like other gravity in space. There is no place that is completely.
Daniel goes on to say the centrifugal. Thank you. Force of the two bodies swinging each other around causes the liquid on the side opposite the moon to rise, while the moon's gravity
It's amazing,
itself
really.
causes water facing the moon to rise, causing the high tide.
So basically what's happening is as the Earth is spinning out, like water's pooling up at one end and the moon's gravity's pooling water at the
You
other
can
end.
simulate this on a small scale.
But the moon's gravity is so much weaker than the Earth's gravity, so why isn't the Earth's gravity keeping the oceans down?
It's not that much weaker. Is the
One
I guess it's
six.
not-
Really?
Well,
But it's so far away.
But the moon is still a massive object.
It's huge.
But I think what's happening...
It's a massive object in the orbit of the Earth that is circling around our... Yeah.
And don't
Let's
forget,
say
it's
you
just...
lifted up someone who's 1/6 your size.
I can do that.
You could. For
Yeah.
how long before your back started to hurt and you had to kneel?
I've never
1/6 your size is like a
a baby?
A baby. How like
I
you would
don't really
feel
hold
it.
babies. But then I would feel like, if I had to walk like 10 blocks with the baby, I'd be like, God damn it, I want to put
Right.
the
So
baby
like,
down.
that doesn't mean that the baby is just as like it.
Oh, wait, I figured it out. I know what we can do.
Okay.
Kansas City barbecue.
Okay, but what about it?
An enormous plate of it. Like a
Okay.
big plate full
Like
of
Casey
ribs,
Joe's, yeah. Okay.
you know, pulled pork,
Oh, yeah.
whatever you want.
Z-Mans, yeah.
You're holding that plate. You gotta hold that plate for a good long while.
Yeah, okay.
How long can you hold that plate before you start to feel like, I gotta put this down?
Is it just meat or do we have bread on this?
Let's
Is there any Texas toast on this?
Yep.
There could be.
Okay.
It's super thick.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Yeah, and heavy.
I mean, I would get tired. I'd want to put this. You don't want to carry
So
anything
even
for
though
it.
it's smaller, even though the
Earth
moon
gets
is
tired.
smaller, it still affects the Earth.
Okay.
Because it's not a flea compared to the Earth. It's 1/6. 1/6 is still.
It's
very
gonna lose
big.
in a fight, but I mean, it's gonna like
Yeah,
land a punch.
think about like a bowling ball and a marble, right? And
Yeah.
like the bowling ball's got a bunch of magnets on it that are tied to strings, and the marble has a bunch of magnets on it. And you put them close to each other, the magnets are going to start to move, but the bowling ball's not going to pull, right? Yeah, so it's
Okay.
like, you know, it'll affect. It's not pulling the water up into a cone into the moon.
Right.
That's it. No man's sky.
But you know, it's enough. It's enough to.
Daniel concludes.
Okay.
This is especially true when the sun lines up on the opposite side of the moon, as we now have two gravitational forces affecting bodies of water along the same plane. Low tide happens in the bodies of water perpendicular to the gravitational alignment as the water gets drawn toward the sun and moon. Now, before we move on, I want to clarify. I didn't just like know all this. Like a lot of this I'm remembering things as Daniel was mentioning here. Like I'm by no means an expert on this stuff, but yes,
It's amazing.
yeah.
It's an amazing phenomenon to even think about. Like
Yes.
water's
Oh,
pooling
yeah.
up at the ends of the earth.
Gravity's crazy.
Yeah.
So like, I think your question is completely valid.
Yes.
Gravity is crazy. Just watch Interstellar.
And
He has it with him, so.
And I bet a majority of the people, including myself, could say yes, the moon affects tides.
Yeah, and I
you
knew
asked
that.
me how.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, apparently, only as of like 2011, they have changed the science on whether the moon has a molten core or not.
Oh,
So
it is.
that is ongoing.
Why did they check while they're up there?
2011 Apollo era experiments have been.
Do you have any idea what they had to go through to even get there? They had to build a sound studio in LA before they could fucking put that on.
They brought a go-kart and a flag, they can bring a drill.
Dan, we're here.
They didn't have those
in the
drills.
center of the Earth.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
It's far.
Do they think it's molten?
It sounds like they are discovering that parts of the strata are molten.
Okay.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, but gravity has nothing to do with the moment.
Then I stand corrected.
No, that's
That's
not.
just because of the
That's not. It's the pressure and the force. Gravity's really complicated.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different.
That
Yeah.
keeps it from, when you put something under high pressure, it becomes a liquid.
Sure.
So like all that pressure from the earth and gravity and
Right.
when you're underwater, pressure is higher because of the weight of the water, and the weight of the water is because of gravity.
And this is the weight of the moon.
Right. And like, imagine if there was a planet with a core that was denser than our liquid core. That would help it have more gravity because it's massively
More
higher.
mass. Okay.
Weird.
For instance.
That's weird. Cool. Keep asking them, Dan. They're good questions.
All right.
I'm curious.
Okay, what are we up to? Okay.
Next week we'll cover where the sun goes every night.
He goes to sleep, man.
Apollo hits the moves the chariot.
Hey, look, Dan, for all his foibles when it comes to science, there are people out there who are honest to God flat earthers. Like he's not that,
for sure.
like
or
there's
or even just like don't trust that there is science.
right.
I always just go with science and everything.
Okay.
I realize I'm the idiot.
Here we go. We're gonna end this.
All right.
For this, and please, I know there are a lot of scientific people out there, and I respect you in our community, but like, I know the explanations for tides and dinosaurs and reptiles are you can send in and write there are literally books on these. Like, don't send in the corrections for those. You can send in the corrections for other things, but like, I think we could leave the
Yeah.
title shifts and
Yeah, if you want to discuss something else, by all
Listen,
means.
I read a lot of emails.
Let's
that
do
were
plate
fascinating.
tectonics next week.
Let's do a 13-question science
Oh,
quiz,
boy.
rapid fire here. Are you ready?
Fail.
Who's taking?
Dan, we're going to give you the quiz.
Okay.
You either say, you give your answer, and then a jury of your peers
Okay,
will weigh
perfect,
in.
perfect. And for the record, I am giving I will genuinely try to pass this.
Ready?
I hope so.
Yeah. All right.
This is done by the Pew Research Center at the Center.
What grade level is this?
This is just a pop culture
Pop
quiz.
culture?
Yeah. This
What?
was.
That's not what you mean.
Taylor Swift.
Well, it's a pop quiz. Sorry.
Okay.
It's like a pop science
Okay,
quiz.
gotcha.
Sorry, not pop culture.
I was like, what?
Uh,
Alright.
so they asked
Snapchat.
1,000 randomly sampled adults, and we can compare what
Sure,
our
makes
answers
sense.
is.
Shake it off. The average. Shake it off.
Okay. Ready? Here we go. Beginning of the quiz. All radioactivity is man-made. Is this statement true or
Who's
false?
answering?
Dan,
So I answer it, and then I get judged.
and then we get a
Okay.
consensus.
Okay, so when I think radioactivity, I think Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, things like that, like, new.
I think we're doing millionaire here.
You want to call me Dan?
You want to put something in there too? Like, what do you want?
Can't use that lifeline on the first question.
I feel like there are things, aren't there such things as like radioactive jellyfish and things like weird, like vampire squid things? That, or am I just thinking of like Simpsons episodes and the Three-Eyed Fish?
This is you, Dan.
I think
gotta give an answer.
I'm going to say yes. There are some radioactive elements that are not man-made.
So you're gonna answer false.
I'm saying false. It sometimes occurs in nature.
Okay, absolutely false.
Absolutely.
I was right. I was right.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, like
plutonium.
I actually don't have the. I actually don't.
Plutonium, was that real? Like it just it was here
Uranium,
before?
yes.
Uranium.
All those heavy metals.
All
so like,
yes.
uh,
Or it's like radioactive waves from the
also,
sun.
yeah, there's radiation just in
Just
space
right,
at all
like
times.
That big old star we got close by.
Big old
Yeah.
radiation.
I have a question along these lines that I ask all the time, and do we have time for me to ask it?
Sure, ask the question.
Okay, bear with me. In the beginning,
yes. Oh
there-
boy. Oh, I wasn't. I take this back. We absolutely do not.
Can you give me the more succinct version?
He's like, the biggest question is like, okay, we do this all the time.
What does dictionary define?
no one can give me a good answer.
I thought you were like.
No, I'm not talking Big Bang. I'm not talking Big Bang. Let's just say before the dinosaurs, it was just a rock floating through space. Okay.
Yes.
The Earth.
Yes.
Prior to just life,
Yes.
Okay. On land, it was nothing but fucking grass.
No, that's
and
life.
rocks.
That's life. That's
Grass
life.
Okay. Look, then, okay.
You're talking rocks and chemicals, basically.
I'm just talking about the stuff that was on the Earth before there was shit walking around and eating
Okay,
stuff. You know? Okay, I'm talking. There was grass. There were rocks.
not
There was
grass.
not grass.
This is evolution.
Yeah, there was not grass.
There was no life.
Okay.
How far back do you want to go?
Okay, the time the Earth was just fucking mountains and hills and rocks and dirt and dust and sand and that
And volcanoes.
limestone volcanoes, marble, that type of shit. Okay. That's all that was there.
Yes.
This is
Now-
where did life come from?
Now, no, it has nothing to do with that. Now, walk through the city.
Uh-huh.
Look at the buildings here. Look at the phone in your pocket. Look at this computer. Look at the internet.
Yeah. I can't
Is
look
it,
at either.
is it fair to say that the fucking internet and your iPhone is made out of rocks and dirt and dust?
Natural.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah. Tell them everything.
Isn't that fucking crazy to think about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like OLED TV.
That's incredible. That's less a question and more a statement, but yes, you're right. You're totally right.
Life is amazing and beautiful, and it's amazing.
It is either a miracle or a conundrum that any of us
Or all of it. Technically it's alloys, and he's like, yeah, but what was that? Before it was an alloy, it was fucking dust and dirt and
Yes.
mud.
No. Before that, it was all stardom.
There is. Hey, what's good?
Do some LFR.
Cool. Real cool.